When the darkness falls, when the shadows become dark and black, the silent pall of evil settles upon the earth. Who dares to search? Who dares to see what walks in the night? If you dare, welcome to the Nightmare of the Grot Orloff Show, episode 618, Saturday afternoon live. Um, Seeing what's going on in the world of um, collectibles and weird shit. And yes, this is my special device, my antenna to summon the four-color fossils from the vast unknown. Let me set it up. I summon thee forth from the great unknown. Four-color fossils. Are you there? Owa Tagu Siam. Oh, Tagu Siam. All right, this probably will contact them through the astral plane, and let's see if we get any four-color fossils appearing here. These shield my eyes from the cosmic rays. Let's see here. Graphic Man is here. It worked.
Hello there.
Hello, Graphic Man.
I got the signal.
Oh, good. Captain Strangeliffe, I think, is going to be on too. And Jambo posted a video, and I put under there. I'm about to go live because he says I'm just in the comic room. So I don't know. Maybe he filmed it yesterday, but maybe we'll get. I haven't. Let's see. I sent a message to Meyer Greenblatt, and I don't know. I'm not very good at that. You're the proficient one at contacting everybody, man. I don't know what I'm doing. So what's been up?
Oh, I'm doing inventory. I'm making sure I've written down like my Lois Lanes and Jimmy Olsen's. So real tedious clerical work, yeah.
Yeah, because some comics, they have covers that are so similar, and you're never quite sure, do I own that or have I just seen it a lot?
Yeah.
And this is weird. I just found this in my stuff, this issue If.
Wow.
The thing about it is I just saw that same image on the cover. I think it's still here. It has to be of one of those Eerie Publications books that I was just showing. Where is it? Of course, it's the very bottom of the stack.
Sure.
Yeah. Let me. Let's see here. See, this is Weird Worlds. It's an Eerie Publications cover, but it's unusual in that there isn't blood bursting out of everybody. It's just looks a little different. And so this, at first I thought, well, maybe this is the same company that put out If, but I thought, well, If is it's a little higher brow kind of publication. So I looked inside, and it says cover courtesy of Three Lions Incorporated for Groovy Land. So apparently they just bought a cover. This is where is my magnifying glass? Anyway, so I found a cover that was I want to see which one came first. This is May 1969. Okay, that's May 69. So this one is February 71. So yeah, Erie Publications just bought a cool looking painting, but that's why it's not as horrifying looking. And here's Captain Strangelove. Hey.
Hey, how you doing, Micah?
Hey, pretty good, sir.
All right.
So did you get a whole bunch of packages today? You thought you were going to?
Yeah, I got them, and my wife's been in and out, so there was nobody up there to make sure that I get them in before somebody steals them.
Oh yeah, I got it. See, I've lucked out in that I don't worry about that. But
Yeah.
that's why you were thinking, I don't know, I've got to get packages. But you were I thought you were like saying, I'll have packages so I can show them. But what you meant is, I don't know if I can do a show. I got to watch for the packages.
Yeah,
That's why you got to get out of Chicago.
I know. Porch pirates, there's no limit to the criminality in this city.
But when they open the packages of the stuff that you're getting, it's like, how do I trade that for fentanyl or crack?
I mean, yeah, right. Yeah.
Well, some of the stuff book, I hate to read.
Some of the stuff I got though is the collectible, figures and stuff like that. So
they won't care about that.
I guess
they're hoping it's a pair of Nikes or something.
Yeah, right. Yeah. No, well, they usually steal those off of people that are out for a run. A diabetic out for a run. They'll jump them like I did a Michigan Avenue not too long ago.
Oh my gosh! Yeah,
it just jumped the poor guy and took his shoes off and then kicked him in the face.
Yeah, the other day, Captain Strangelove, I just was like I thought, well, I want to talk to people. So I sent a text to Meyer Greenblatt and to Charlton 66, and I thought anyone else will just find me. And then everyone found me, but it wasn't that you were the only one I didn't contact. It was just I only contacted two. And Charlton said, well, we just adopted a new cat, and we're busy, so I can't. So everyone else.
Yeah, well, it didn't matter. I don't know.
But see, the thing is, Graphic Man is really good about it on his show. He sends everybody a text. And so when I do it, it looks like I'm just leaving people out, or I don't want to hurt people's feelings.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway.
Yeah, well, I'm getting up there in my age anyway now. Shit.
Well, you were saying like I'm probably too old to be there with those young whippersnappers.
Yeah, with those younger whippersnappers, man, with the young kids.
Yeah, don't get hurt about that, man. It's we're getting so old we forgot what the Beatles look like. You forgot the blonde guy that was in the Beatles and the redhead.
Was that Pete Best? Was that Pete Best?
It's just someone in like some slave labor in China. They're told to draw the Beatles, and they've never seen them in their life. Clearly.
Oh yeah, right. Look at that.
I mean,
there were 5 Beatles originally, I guess.
Well, I know, but does that look like Ringo Starr?
No, I don't know who that is. None of those guys look like any of the.
That looked more like John than Ringo.
Doesn't look like anybody I know.
These morons, in the educational system, they think, well, comic books, kids like graphic novels, so they come up with these. We'll put them in the classroom and then kids actually inside the book they look more like the Beatles, but it's terrible. Yeah. I mean, that looks more like Davy Jones.
That's right, it sure does.
And of course, here's when I guess the Ku Klux Klan is going after the Beatles. I guess maybe that happened when he said we're more popular than Jesus, but I don't know. This is very revisionist. It's just terrible. No one that really liked the Beatles would ever. I just have this because it's terrible.
Did it?
Ed Wood of graphic novels.
Was it kind to Yoko Ono, or was it?
Oh, let's see if she's in it.
I gotta turn on my lights, man.
Hello, Horror Mike.
Oh, was he?
He's in the chat.
I wasn't looking at the chat. I have a problem with that. Let's see. You got to pronounce his name very carefully so it doesn't sound like horror. You got to pronounce the syllables. Horror Mike. Yeah, this is the artist inside. That looks like Charles Bronson. I didn't know he was in the Beatles.
Amazing.
Just like when I can draw better than that, then you know there's a problem.
Those look like car salesmen.
Yeah.
Yeah, horror, Mike. I guess that's twice now.
Maybe if you have terror, Mike, then you don't risk. It's
but
like
that's
naming a
not
baby. You know, my mother said, I went through all the names. I wanted to make sure you didn't have a name that people would make fun of. You know, you got to choose a name that's not, doesn't sound like something. Of course, my last name sounds Weiner. It sounds like Wiener. So I got that. So you can't really do anything about that. Your whole life is that you can't help your last name. But anyway, let's see what people are saying.
Well, at least your first name isn't Anthony.
Oh, yeah, that would be bad.
That's not the first time you've had to say something about my pronouncing his name. I guess I slur that word.
No, you always pronounce it where you can understand horror. But I'm worried about myself.
Oh.
Yeah, no, you never.
As soon as you say it, I think, did I say the other word?
No, you didn't. It's just every time I hear that name, maybe it's a dirty.
I wouldn't put it past me. I'm Southern lazy with our talk sometimes.
Yeah. Well, so he says, "I'll take either pronunciation." Okay, so he's accepted that. Michael Taylor says. Jimmy Nicole was a replacement drummer for a little while. Yeah, but I don't think he looked like any of those drawings.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Well, that was probably like for one or two concerts or something.
I think Ringo was sick or something, and they were on tour.
Oh, yeah.
And some guy named Jimmy had to step in for a little while.
Yeah. They put like a Groucho Marx nose on him.
Huh.
So... I found some pulps in the basement that I have no idea how I own them, and I can only think that I bought them at an antique mall. It's like, you ever find something in your collection and you don't remember buying it?
Oh yeah.
Good Lord have mercy. Man.
Some of this is like, it's weird. It's like, this is just, I'll give myself full screen for a second. This is just a cover and the back cover of Radio Stars. It's just, I don't know why I own, I mean, obviously if they were in this can't really frame this because the cover on the ad is just as cool.
Is that the front cover? That's what do they call it? They call that a photograph that's been retouched with art.
It probably is what happened. That's Helen Hayes. You forget that these, people remember her as the little old lady in Airport, and they forget that she was once a beautiful actress.
Yeah.
But yeah,
no,
Hayes.
No relation to Gabby, I guess.
No. Who bought Gabby Hayes?
That was me. I showed two of them. Yes.
What I mean is, back then, kid, when you had all the comics to choose from, who would choose Gabby Hayes? I mean, what is that your hero? Is that what you want? I just don't. You got all the other heroes to choose from. Here's an intact book with Katharine Hepburn.
No, that's Catherine. Good grief!
And look, a Kansas City woman lost 50 pounds.
Wow.
Was that Al Jolson in blackface?
Yeah, I was trying not to show that.
Oh, it's historical.
Yeah. That's just great. There's Carol Lombard. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I don't know where I got these. Is the thing. It's a mystery. And then this is This is from 1929. This is a pretty famous cover. I think was on the cover of one of these books about science fiction. I don't know I mean, I know why I own it, because of course I would have bought it,
Sure.
but I have no memory of buying this. I must have gotten it real cheap.
Those are great. I love those pulps.
I don't have many pulps because they're expensive, and there's such a responsibility, because it's like owning the leaves out in my yard. It's like, how am I going to keep that intact and not fall apart? I mean, this really should be in a museum. I mean, I guess when they get, I still don't like slabbing stuff, even if it's this fragile. I just don't.
I guess you'd have to put that in a treasury bag or something. It's awkward.
I don't know. Here's this looks like a pulp, but it's from March of '63. So this is from the Kennedy era. And these kind of planes, I think we actually have stuff like this, and it, people see it, they think it's aliens, but people see all those triangular spaceships, those UFOs.
They call them stealth.
Yeah. This is relatively recent magazine. I guess these are things you're supposed to build.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the blueprints for building stuff. Here's Flying Aces. This is a pulp.
15 cents, yeah.
So I'm obviously this all came from the same person's collection. It's pretty clear.
You just found that box recently?
They weren't even in a box. They were just in a stack on top of a filing cabinet. I guess I pulled them out of. I don't know where I bought them. Wow. But look at this bloody battle scene.
Yeah, look at that, man. Wow,
that's amazing.
What is the red stuff they're spraying on them? The death dew. Did they really spray like Kool-Aid on these guys?
No, maybe that's mustard gas or something.
It could be. Yeah, probably is. I don't know what color. I always figured mustard gas might be yellow or white, or does it smell like mustard, or is it yellow? What's the reason?
I don't really know.
This is Marion Marsh, who I've heard of, but she's one of the stars that's kind of
Marion or Lillian?
Marion Marsh. Oh, it's Marion Marsh.
I never heard of Marion Marsh. I heard of Lillian Marsh, but I wonder if
they
they're related.
Probably were brother. Probably were
transsexuals.
My mind is gone. It's
Lucky Strikes.
Yeah, this one, the paper this is on is this magazine is very well intact. That's Lupe Velez, Tarzan's wife. He married her as she was nuts. She was beautiful but nuts. She was called the Mexican Spitfire. She's the one that decided to commit suicide and make sure that she was found in a beautiful. You know the story?
No, I don't know.
She decided she wanted to commit suicide and have her body found, and she'd be beautiful, laid out like Snow White. She lit candles and draped the bed with flower petals and covered herself so that she'd be found beautiful.
That's bizarre.
Then I guess she took a bunch of pills, and then I guess she got horribly nauseous and went to the toilet, and she was actually found with her head in the water of the toilet.
Yeah, you know what? I did hear about that.
And whether that's true or not, that comes from that Kenneth Anger Satanist guy that wrote Hollywood Babylon, and of course, Satanists want to make everybody's life and death as sordid and horrible as possible for their, philosophy. So,
if you can call it that.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry to hog the screen. Let's see what anyone else want to come in. We can have apparently you can have 10 people. It told me that. I thought it was only 9.
What?
It said when I was getting in, it said this can hold not 10 people. Is that not true?
I can do 10.
You
But
can
you
do
still have the
That's a
right.
lot.
no, because I haven't paid in over a year, so it must
Right.
be someone. No, iconic cover, Gratu, nice one. I don't know which one because I
Could be
don't look at this them in time. Her story is told in Hollywood Babylon. Yes, that's where I got the story. So I want to believe necessarily all this because some of that stuff in Hollywood Babylon has been confirmed as bunk. But Kenneth Anger is one of those.
Yeah, did some modifications on my Talkie Tina doll from the Twilight Zone.
Oh yeah, what you do?
I added a hatchet right there.
Oh, so they made her in black and white because the TV show's black and white.
Yeah, it looks just like the doll. And
Yeah,
except
what I
had
always wanted to get was the fortune teller with the devil
Yeah.
head on it, and I
Right.
think they made that in color, and then they also made one in black and white. And to me, you want the one in color.
Yeah.
But
That was William Shatner, that episode, I think.
yeah, there are certain props that I'd like to get, that replica, and then people have made. Oh, that's great. Did you put the skull necklace on it?
Yeah.
My name is Talking Tina, and I love you very much.
Well, that's nice.
My name is Talking Tina, and I'm going to kill you.
Michael Taylor's talking about Al Lewis used to go to the synagogue in his neighborhood. I just saw an interview with Al Lewis on YouTube yesterday where he's talking about Yvonne DiCarlo, and he was saying, yeah, she, he was talking about him. He was talking to the producers, and when they were thinking of casting Yvonne DiCarlo, and he says, yeah, she was just tits and ass back in the 40s, and then she worked out beautifully. She was because they were wondering, would this glamour queen play this role, and he's just so crude. And I'm imagining him in a synagogue. He's always outside of the Munsters, and when Car 54, he was a very profane comedian. It's kind of like Red Fox. If you see him outside of Sanford and Son, he's a very different guy.
Holy smokes.
He even had to be censored on the Howard Stern show when Howard Stern was running for
kidding
governor.
me. On his show?
Howard Stern was running for governor, and Al Lewis got up there and was like stumping for him, and he started shouting the F word, about
Oh,
the
man.
other candidate. He was saying, fuck him, fuck him. It's like grandpa. It's like,
I didn't
never
know
aged. The weird thing about him is they put old age makeup on him in the Munsters. So as he aged, he wound up looking exactly like he did in the mid 60s. So he's like immortal.
That's the way to do it.
I guess he always kind of looked like an old man. He had such an odd face.
Well, that's what I do. I do the same thing. That's why I look like this.
Yeah. I don't know, man. So, let's see. We have Zoltar Machine up in House on the Rock in Wisconsin. Keith, are you in Wisconsin? Because my dream, it sounds like he is. My dream has been to go to House on the Rock. If you guys want to, both of you are relatively, in the grand scheme of things, close to where I'm at. If you guys ever wanted to go on a road trip together and go to House on the Rock, because that's supposed to be the greatest roadside attraction in the country, according to people that know. If you've ever seen inside that place, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable beyond words. The House on the Rock. Let's see what Michael Taylor's saying. George Reeves made a cereal commercial where he would get up and have cereal. Eerie thing is the bed. This is bed he was found dead in. Yeah, I heard about that. I think the other night, maybe it was you, Michael, that said that in the chat. Yeah, that's weird. No, let's see. What else have I found? I had to get this signed. I'm not sure where to put it because I remember these so fondly from when I was a kid. I think a friend of mine made this. Oh, let's see. Oh, yeah. This was done by my friend Alex Crow. There's people that I know in this. It was a little, one of these little miniature comics. The company is Systematic, Dallas, Texas. Let's see. I can't show most of the art. This is pretty disgusting, actually. I don't think there's a single cartoon in here that's actually you could actually show on family television. Holy smoke! What's wrong with these people? Yep, can't show that. Did you get that mask, Captain Strangelove?
Yeah, I'm just trying to. I got the old witch mask over here from EC.
Oh, I've seen that. Did you just get that, or have you always had it?
Oh, I've had that for a while, but I can't. I don't know if you can see it from here.
I was going to. I'm sorry.
It's on a mannequin.
Oh, okay.
I can't pull it through all the way here.
No, that's all right.
Can you see? You can see it a little bit back there.
Well, let me blow you up. Not literally.
There she is.
Oh yeah. You know what it looks like, and it kind of looks like the Snow White witch, but in a way, I guess she always did. Kind of never really thought about it, but I guess that's always the way.
Yeah, she's got the red hood. I put a black veil over the top of it.
Oh, okay.
She looks pretty realistic, faithfully done to the EC.
Yeah, and they did all three of the horror hosts. I remember that was a while back. Was that about 20 years ago?
What, this mask?
No,
this is well, I don't know if they had this one they had this for a few years actually.
Hey, Spinnerack.
Hey guys, let me close this.
But
light coming in.
When do you put up your Christmas stuff? As soon as Halloween's over?
Me?
No, Spinnerack is like the Christmas guy. I know
he's got a lot of Christmas comics, man.
Yeah. By the way, on my other channel, I just posted a Halloween video. This year is our Christmas year, but we're not going to put up much. Just things going on in our lives.
Oh.
You know, my wife is having to part-time look after her mother. She goes over 3 days a week, spends the entire day, gets home like at 9 o'clock at night.
Right.
I've been busy at work, so we're just not going to be able to get up our big display this year.
The secret is to never take it down, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Well, you know, my wife's favorite holiday is Halloween, so that won't happen because she likes to we do Halloween every other year.
We'll just have Halloween downstairs and Christmas upstairs, or just combine it all.
Yeah, at least
hang shrunken heads on the tree.
But
then there's no problem.
I saw you guys are on. I can't stay on real long. I mentioned on the show, on Graphic Man's show, so my birthday was last week, and my parents have a place up in the mountains about an hour out of Denver. So we're going to go up there this afternoon and see them. But I thought I'd come on. I can show you a few things. You know our guest Alan from Comic Collectors Geek? What is it? Comic Geek Collector, is that it? Yeah.
Comic Collector Geek.
So his Friday challenge was zombie. So 10 zombie covers. So I pulled 10 zombie covers, and I was tried to do a video, but I probably won't get to it until tomorrow at this point. But anyway, I had one comic book I was looking for because I knew I had it and I didn't have it out. And this isn't a zombie cover, but I have 2 copies of Sensation Comics. This one and that Christmas one. I think it's issue 38.
That's in incredible condition.
Yeah, this is probably a very fine and
that looks like it's like it came out yesterday.
Yeah.
How is that very fine? Maybe
you can't. It's got some ticks along the edge there that I think
I don't see any.
I know. Yeah, it's hard to. Mylar makes everything look better. But,
but Mylar can't make it look that good. That was owned by a kid that didn't have any little brothers or sisters, and it somehow. How does something like that survive 7?
But I'll show this on Graphic Man's probably this next Wednesday. But anyway, I'll show you. Let me show you the ones I pulled for the zombie challenge. It's surprising when I was going through my spinner racks. I don't have a lot of zombie comics. They're either monsters or vampires, and I usually don't show for these challenges reprints. But I think I'll show this one because it's kind of cool. It's got a witch. And then zombies, of course, coming out there.
Is that a pastiche put together from different covers?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Gratu, I don't know what pre-code horror cover this came from. But anyway.
Yeah, that's good.
So that would be one I was going to show.
Got a name.
And I think that character qualifies as a zombie. That's another thing. You look at some of these and you're like, I'm not sure it's a zombie or not.
Well, is it a zombie doesn't have a mind of its own? Is that the difference as opposed
to? I guess somebody come back from the dead?
That's true.
Yeah.
But recently deceased.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this one it seemed like, there's Superman as the zombie in the mirror there. So I thought,
I think I have that.
Maybe that might be a good one.
Yeah.
And another one I'll show is it's Vault of Evil.
Yeah. That Dead of Night and that Vault of Evil you're holding, I bought when they came out. I loved that stuff when it was coming out.
Yeah, these Marvel covers are great.
That one I've never seen. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's interesting. A few years ago, the original cover art to this came up for sale. And my recollection is I think I could have picked it up for around $4,000 maybe. And I know it sounds like it's a lot of money, but in a way it's not, when you consider.
That's what I paid for my car.
Yeah. I didn't buy it, needless to say. And some more ghouls or zombies.
Actually, my mother-in-law, my wife's mom, bought. She lent us $4,000, and then I was going to have to pay it back. And then some hail damage happened, and they came out and they said, "Well, it's going to be $5,000 to repair it. We're actually going to have to total the car." So I was able to pay her back, or maybe it's $4,500. Anyway, the car was paid for, and then I just didn't fix the hail damage. And,
I don't know whether this guy's a zombie or not, but I'm going to count him as one.
Yeah,
like sure. A ghoul. Maybe he's a ghoul.
Yeah.
That's a ghoul.
Well, I'm going to say
that's nice. I like that. What issue number is that?
Captain, that is number 13. Oh, wow. You guys are going to flip when I say this. October number 13. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
And that was the day of my birthday.
I think that these corpses that came back to life, I don't know if they were really considered zombies until Night of the Living Dead called them zombies because before zombies, as in White Zombie, they were always like the voodoo Haitian kind of zombies that were corpses under the control of someone.
Right.
But the Arthur Grimsdyke kind of zombie that comes back and he's going to get revenge and can thank. I think.
I'm going to bring you.
Oh, you're gonna bring them?
Yeah.
Okay.
And let's see, I've got one more. The last one of my 10. I think I actually have 11. Now this one, my wife, I showed my wife before I got on. I said, "Here are my zombie covers," and she's like, "Well, I don't know if that's a zombie or not." But
That really looks like the girl there looks like someone that there's footage from Hiroshima. That's what they
yeah,
look like, or people that go through fires.
so
Yeah,
anyway,
Pretty
that's
I don't
my-
know. I don't know if that was a zombie. That looked like a guy that just had a lot of time on his hands.
Yeah. Well, so what is his challenge? You make a video and show a certain number of zombie books. Is that how it works?
Yeah, so every Friday morning, Alan posts a video, and he picked the topic, top vampire, but he's doing, of course, Halloween related horror stuff in October here. But and he'll show his top 10. And then the challenge is you just go into your collection and pick out books and do your own video.
Okay.
So, and it's a way, I guess, of building your channel. There's hashtags. You put in. I think it's called hashtag Friday Challenge, and then whatever the subject matter is. And
yeah.
So it's a way that you try to build your channel.
I've been a viewer. Michael Taylor says to Captain Strange Life, I've been a viewer of your channel for many, many years, possibly 5 or 6 years. I think you've been on, 10 or 11, or how many years have you been doing it?
About 12.
12. So I think you're pretty much the first guy, right?
Well, there were a couple other guys that were doing videos on and off, showing newer stuff, and then I just started making regular videos of my collection, and it just started to explode with subscribers. So I just continued. I never thought I was going to go beyond 3 or 4 videos.
I wasted a lot of time on the CGC bulletin boards.
Yeah,
that's where a lot of people were.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Captain, yours is better than mine because it's not in a slab.
Yeah. I remember years ago, Captain Strange Life, you taught how to make tape easily, where you didn't have to take the tape off to get the book out.
It over onto
folding it over. And I always had trouble doing it just right because that would get it not lined up just right. But now you've got the new technique of using the Mylite 2 and clipping the edge. And not even using tape.
Yeah.
But I remember I've got hundreds of comics where I tried to master that because you could just pull it down and you didn't have to worry about tape.
Yeah. But you can't, with all the stuff that I got, I can't use Mylar and everything. So I started taking a cue from you and using that stuff with the seals. It's got the bag has already got the glue on it, so you can just fold over the flap.
I don't know if I got that from Man Bear Pig, but I would get those because my local comic shop, that's what they mainly had. But I couldn't figure out how to pull the thing off. So he showed me or talked me through it, whatever. And it's just like, but then the problem is those things get everywhere and they have static and
they stick to everything, I'm always going like this, trying to get rid of it off of my hand,
I see a lot of people going to painter's tape. Have you seen that painter's tape?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've been doing that too for a long time.
Yeah.
I still do that occasionally on some of the books, but when I send stuff, I use that tape.
You should do some tutorials about this mending tissue you talk about, or explain where to get it, or because
I don't even think they call it mending tissue anymore now. I think they call it mending, originally they call it mending tissue. Now it's called just archival tape, tissue tape. It's
not something you can buy at CVS, so you have to mail order it, right?
Yeah, you can get it. I think you can get it on. I got this on Amazon, and then I bought some on eBay because it was less expensive than buying it from the actual site, archive something.com.
But is it pretty invisible? Is that the thing about it?
Well, once it goes in, you can't. If you put it on like regular newspaper type print paper, you can't see it. It's hard to see. But if you put it on say on a cover like this, and you burnish it, kind of go over it, with a burnishing tool or a spoon, and kind of rub it in.
Okay.
It'll blend in, but you might still see some of the tape, a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's not completely invisible on covers, but it is, almost invisible on the interior pages.
And so what is that considered as far as the CGC gods? Is that considered
They
restoration or preservation?
They don't consider that restoration or conservation. They consider that now a repair, and they won't change. It won't change the grade. They'll only make a notation that there's tape.
So they
on
won't
the
change the
cover or
color of
something.
the like blue to purple or whatever they do.
It's a regular blue label. You'll get a regular blue label. They'll just mention that there's tape.
Mhm.
Okay.
Tape inside the comic or on the cover. But
I'm gonna show
yeah, a restored label is green, I think.
I've got a book I was thinking of sending off to CGC. I want to show it to you.
Oh my! What? Rat 2 is going to send off a book to CGC? Oh, wait a minute, man! No, that's got to be a super high grade book if you're going to do that.
Next thing you know, he'll be saying he's going to vote for Biden.
Again and again.
Good grief! Don't say that, man.
Horror Mike made a comment about.
I'll have to unsubscribe to him.
Horror Mike made a comment about Dave Stevens' Punk Zombie cover. Mike, I have that book, and it's interesting. I am missing some of my Halloween books. I've got to go figure out. Because I've got like an Archie Afterlife cover that's got zombies on it, and I can't find that. So
You sound like me, man.
Yeah.
Like every video is like. Now I'm on a kick about. I found the Pebbles Flintstone, but now I can't find my Hasbro Kooky Spookies. Okay, this is an important key issue, and so wait a second. I'm wondering if mending tissue would help with this. It just got a slight damage.
Yeah. It's like,
that's got to be
Yes, I think this is like a mother. Stop reading those goddamn comic books, and it's like you got an F in science, and they just tear a little bit.
You can tape that up and send it into CGC, and you'll get like 9.6 out of that.
I always thought that if you sent something like this to CGC, they would probably just laugh hysterically and make make their day, because there's there's George Bush Jr. made sure it was a law that every state has a big test at the end of the year to judge how much the kids are learning, right? Is the one in Texas was called the STAR test. It was called the TAX before. Anyway, like the teachers, that's all. They're all so nervous. The kids have to do well on it. Well, anyway, they have to write like a page, and then it's sent off, and these people are hired to score these tests and score their writing on a scale of 1 to 4. And it has to be in paragraph form. It has to be just, an essay, right? So it's a big secret what the topic's going to be every year. And then, everything's sealed, and it's a big deal. I don't know. All states do it, I think. Although Texas, it's really severe. Anyway, they have whole giant rooms because there was this guy that scored them, and he became a teacher. And then when it was known that he had used to score them, then it was like, look, give us all these teachers came to listen to him talk about what it is that they really look for. And he explained how, as they're reading through, they have to read like a stack of kids' papers from all over Texas this high,
Wow.
And then they have to score them, and they're just like slowly losing their mind because every paper starts, I am going to tell you about why it is important to have pride. And everyone's like, I am going to tell you, in this essay I am writing about, they think that's a great introduction that and they just go crazy. Well, anyway, they wanted a paper one year, how to do something. You have to write the process of how you do something. And this kid wrote a paper about how to clean pennies and use, I don't know, vinegar or something to make pennies shiny.
Yeah, acetic acid.
Whatever it was, he explained it throughout the whole paper. He was writing about cleaning your pennies, but throughout the whole paper, he misspelled pennies and wrote penis. So he wrote, "Teacher, I'm going to tell you how to clean your old penis." And throughout the whole paper, and so he laughed at that so hard, and all of a sudden, you know, everyone looked at that, and he transcribed it, and then when he had all the teachers, you know, he would put it up. He wouldn't read it out loud. He put it up there on the screen and let everyone read it, and they would all laugh. I'm sure a few were horrified. But as over the years, 10 years pass, and I'm in that teacher's classroom, and he must have lost his mind because he I guess he was teaching seniors English, and he must have shared with the students that paper and how, you know, and I guess he thought they were old enough that, but anyway, he had his whole room decked with movie posters for James Bond. He was like a cool teacher. And he had every kid decorate one of the ceiling tiles where you could pull them down and paint on it and then put it back up, you know. So even if you look up at the ceiling. But anyway, a bunch of teachers came into his classroom for some other speaker because they were using his classroom. And you look up there and it's nothing but stuff about cleaning your penis. And these teachers didn't understand the context, and they were looking up horrified. It's like, who is this teacher? But anyway, he got way too into that. That became his whole life, the essay about cleaning your penis. But anyway,
He just left them up there, huh? You just let it be.
Well, the kids, yes, he and the kids thought it was funny.
Yeah.
But if you didn't understand why they thought it was funny and that they were making fun of this bad spelling, and why did you think, how did he get away with that, man? It's like insanity. But anyway, there's a lot of this insanity. Let's see what people are talking about.
Michael in the chat wants to know why you don't do a live stream. He'd love to comment on
me.
Yeah, you.
I don't know. I'm not that technically inclined. You know, I never did a live stream. I never even tried to do a test.
It's actually not hard because I can do it. I spent an hour and a half. I was going to go on at 12, and I started about 11:30, and I guess my computer had updated, and it wouldn't. You know, I type in my password, and then it would say welcome, and it just kept spinning. And so I was looking online, how do I fix this? And
that's what happened to me.
I called up you must have gotten the same update.
It kept on buffering. So I went to a different, I don't think it was that, because I went to a different browser. I used Firefox, and I got right in.
Well, I just couldn't get past the welcome screen. I even called up Acer, and they actually, you know, to help you, we have to have you pay to help, you know, this guy. And then it magically started working, right? But it took me an hour just to get the computer to turn on.
I'm going to rip this a little bit, and then I'm going to use mending tape on it to show you.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Let's get you full screen because this is a tutorial.
It's just, I don't have a comic that I can rip. You know?
No, don't rip a comic for crying out loud.
Unless you want to send me yours. Just rip that a little bit there. So.
Well, if you come visit, maybe you could bring some and experiment with one of these torn comics.
Yeah, and then it just, you know, kind of peels off like this.
Okay.
And that's how it looks. That's why they call it tissue, because it's so freaking thin.
Okay.
So I'm going to put it over this.
Yeah, I got some comics from you.
Now I put the tape on, but I'm going to burnish it by pressing it in with a spoon. I don't have a burnishing tool, but I wish I could do it.
When you held it up, it looked a little opaque. I'm surprised you can see through it.
I'm going to, you know, burnishing is going like this over the tape.
Okay. Yeah.
Press it in. So that's what I'm going to do right now.
Yeah. I got some comics from you, Archie Wilbur comics, and in the restoration you did on those was unbelievable. I guess you restore parts of the comic that aren't there anymore with copies, color
Yeah.
copies and stuff.
See, there's where the rip. You could see a little piece of the rip up there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can't see the other.
And then it goes all the way down where I put the tape, though.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, this Yosemite Sam comic wouldn't be worth that, but
if you do it on the cover, you'll see a little bit of it.
Mm-hmm.
But on
yeah,
the
it's better than
interior
having
page,
it
it's
torn.
almost invisible. And
So-
it's archival, it's there's no acid in there, or it's acid neutral. So
for a cover, you'd want to do it on the interior cover, and then
on the
hopefully-
inside,
Yeah.
that would be preferable. Yeah.
So on like a square bound like book where that starts splitting,
Yeah.
that would be good.
Yeah, you'd have to probably do a square bound on from the outside, though. Are you gonna do it on the
that's true. But it's better. It's more secure reading it, because
I do it to a lot of my books that have damage to it because they might be reader copies or in good condition or in very good condition, and then so it doesn't bother me. And then, if ever I sell any of that stuff, I'll just make a notation that there's tape on it and what how much tape, the pages that it's on, because it doesn't matter to CGC anymore.
Yeah, like mycomicshop.com always measures the spine split, and that always like kind of scares me when it's like 2-inch spine split at top, and it's like, but it sounds like this would just fix it.
Yeah, you can, with this mending tape is really good. I wish I can get back there and show you the box, but I got to move all the stuff around.
Believe me, I know.
Yeah, it's just awful, man. What else I got? Oh, I got this. I don't know if I think this is from the 90s, from what was left of the dime stores.
Okay.
It's got the barcode on there, so.
Yeah.
But they used to still sell, nice quality. This is a cardboard cutout of a vampire, Dracula, whatever it is. And you can hang it on the door. But today the stuff is all such cheap. There's no artistic quality to anything that you buy today. But this is cool.
Yeah, that's cool. Graphic Man, you got to go.
Yeah, if you're still on in 3 hours, I might pop back in.
So it's Tennessee and Alabama. So probably someone like Eric Breen would not be able to come on either then. The sports people.
I don't know if he'd watch that one. He might watch Michigan versus, I don't know.
Yeah.
Now, Micah, who are you rooting for?
I've been an Alabama fan since '92.
Uh-huh.
Not just because they start winning championships, but in '92, I just became a fan.
Oh, okay.
And so even through some of the lean years, but
Yeah.
I think Tennessee may have their number today. So
I don't know about that.
they're pretty good.
Well, I'll see you on Wednesday, Micah.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah. Super.
Yeah.
And I'll check back later to see what you guys are up to. So.
Well, I don't know if I'll be here in 3. What time is it? 2:21. I'll probably, if I'm still going at 5, that's when I probably will eat dinner. It's just my wife's turning into a vampire where she can't sleep at night, and she's going to sleep when I'm waking up. And so, but the restaurant we go to usually on Saturday night opens at 5. So that's when I'll probably try to wake her up.
Yeah.
I'm just killing time, man. I don't have anything to do because I don't watch sports, so I have nothing to do.
All right. I'll check you at halftime. We'll see.
All right, cool.
I'll see you.
All right, Micah. See you later.
Yeah, see you, Dave.
Or Mike, you want to come on, or anyone else?
Well, Brett, too, you mentioned Christmas. My wife did get me some comic book Christmas ornaments. I can show you 3 of them. The 3 of them I got.
Yeah,
and I guess they're Hallmark ornaments, and they're new this year. This is my.
That's pretty cool.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, I mean, that's something to hang on the wall at any time, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A funny thing I love those ornaments, but I wouldn't never put them on a tree.
Oh, you
I'd hang
would?
them. Nah,
Okay.
for me a Christmas tree has to have classic ornaments. You know,
Yeah.
Well,
I would
I
I
have
love
too
those
many
though, but I
trees that
hang them on hang them from the ceiling or something.
You know, it's funny. As you might know, Hans, I don't know if you've seen my other channel, but we do so many trees, and we have
Yeah.
a tree that's got classic ornaments and all. This would go on kind of what I call our general tree that has Hallmark ornaments and these type of
Oh, a
things.
pop culture Christmas tree, eh?
Well, sort of, yeah.
Pop culture tree.
And then the third one that you got me was
Oh,
Yeah.
so
Groot, baby Groot, young Groot.
yeah. So there you go. That's what I got for my birthday.
Yeah, that's cool. Let's
Hey,
see. Yeah, I've got a
I
few of
got
those
some stuff I
Hallmark
could
ones.
show you here with Dobie. Do you have any Dobie Gillis comics? Did you ever see those?
I'm
I don't
aware
have,
they
now,
exist, but I don't have any. I'd like
yeah,
to.
I have like 4 of them. That's all what I got. But what do I got here? Let me
I was
show you.
explaining to
Here's
my
number.
wife that Scooby Doo was Dobie Gillis, just like the Flintstones was, the Honeymooners, but she'd never heard of Dobie Gillis. So I tried to show her an episode. They have complete episodes on YouTube, but she
Yeah.
was not into that.
Yeah, Dobie Gillis was Dwayne Hickman played Dobie Gillis, and then of course Bob Denver played the beatnik. What's his name? Maynard G. Krebs.
Yeah,
And
I
then
mean, it's Scooby Doo without the dog. I mean, it's everyone has a equivalent in the cast.
yeah. But Dwayne Hickman, in '63, I think when the show was canceled, Dwayne Hickman went on to get minor roles in all those beach movies with Frankie Avalon and Annette Funicello, and then Bob Denver, of course, went on to play Gilligan on Gilligan's Island. But
Yeah.
so this is number 4.
The Gilligan's Island is the series that everybody remembers because it was color and it was more.
Yeah.
The stations wanted color shows in the 70s that were syndicated, so.
Number 7. There's some good girl art there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I remember watching some of the episodes when I was a kid. This is It's number 6.
Yeah, Meyer Greenblatt had an interesting idea the other day. He was saying it would be interesting to recreate your childhood comic collection, pull out the issues you had at a certain age. Then you could recreate what you had at age 7. Not the ones you bought later, but the ones you actually, your store-bought copies. And I thought that's a good idea. It's probably not something I'll ever do, but
that'd be a project. I seen guys that recreated they found a picture of a newsstand with all the comics on it, and then they recreated the newsstand and got every comic that was on there from the particular year. I think in the 40s.
Right. I've always wanted to do recreate like the spinner rack on the way it would have looked when I was born.
Yeah.
So I was born in April of 65, so I'd get a bunch of June 65 comics, and that would pretty much simulate it. But that would require a lot of money and
a lot of time,
Yeah, I mean, you can filter on mycomicshop.com and just put in a month and a year, and you see everything that came out in June of 65, and then, I have that, and, and then you can buy some. But,
it'll still take time to accumulate it, though.
Yeah. I started doing a tour earlier, and I don't know if it's gone up. It takes forever for a show to upload now. Oh yeah, it's up. It's had 4 views, but I guess people have to decide if they're watching. I put up 2 shows at once.
At the same time.
Like a mental patient.
You cannibalize on your own videos.
Yeah, well, I didn't mean for it to take hours to upload, and it's only an hour, so I won't get as many views because if I do a 2-hour or close to a 2-hour video, I get twice as many views as if I do an hour one. I found. because I think people just want to put on a longer video that'll just play in the background and not have to go and select another one. I guess that's what it is. So
yeah, and that's contrary to what people usually say about videos, that you get your better views on shorter videos. But
well, I think Night Tiger told me 17 minutes is the sweet spot. And if you do a 17-minute video, they start putting commercials before it. But I won't get reimbursed for the commercials until I have 1,000 subscribers, which will probably not happen in my lifetime. Because I think I've got the number. I think I've capped out, unless they're shadow banning me, but I don't think they are.
Yeah.
No.
First, I thought Bill Gates had sabotaged my computer this morning for saying bad things about him. Because I don't trust that freaking guy. Do you have the devil-headed?
No, I wanted to get one of those for the longest time, and I should have bought it when Diamond Select Toys was offering it in previews, and then I didn't. And now they're just asking way too much money, over $100 and stuff.
And then there's more than a few people that have recreated the bust from Batman of Shakespeare, where you flip his head backwards and press a button, and people have made it where it's actually electrically wired, where you can actually turn on the lights by pressing the button or making it do something. So that's another thing I've never gotten.
Yeah, well, if you're handy with that kind of, if you fidget around, you could probably make something like that. I had my phone back there connected, so it flashes, the light flashes on and off when the phone rings, but it messes with the computer for some reason, so I stopped doing it.
I've always wanted to figure out how to make custom doorbells, because I've always wanted the Jetsons doorbell. And, I know there's a way to do it.
Yeah,
if you
that would be cool.
This is that mask I was talking about.
Okay. Hold on. Let me make you full screen for the reveal here. I looked it up online. It's about a $70, $80 mask.
Yeah, it's wait a minute. I didn't pay that much for it, did I?
It's currently in production, obviously, because you just ordered it.
Shipping charges $65.98.
Oh.
Tax is $5, and then shipping charge is $12.
Yeah, the ones I saw when I looked up,
$82.
Yeah, that's about what it is. Oh wow! You're giving us a preview of what it is.
Yeah, it's a full mask, and it's nice quality, nice and thick. And
that's what Dr. Fauci should have recommended that we wear in the supermarket. That's much. Imagine everyone had to wear that for 2 years. It would protect us about as well, I think.
Yeah.
Wow, that is cool.
There in the back.
But I'll tell you what, that looks like a heat stroke coming on when to put that on.
Well, that's all the money I got now. That's my Christmas present, actually, to myself.
Put it on the top of the tree.
That's a good idea.
Captain, that's a Halloween present, not Christmas.
Well, you put
Halloween and Christmas.
Put the Santa hat on it, like that Monster World cover, and it'll be both holidays.
I got to get myself a male mannequin and put it on top of the mannequin. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make my own out of PVC pipes.
Do you?
Yeah, you get different size PVCs, that different angle, 45, 90 degrees, and just make a figure out of that, and then put a suit over it and some pants, and then the head goes on top of a real thick pipe,
Yeah.
I'll show you that when I get that done. But I'm going to do that, yeah.
Did you get any other packages today?
Well, I got some in the last few days. I picked some stuff up. I can.
If you want to premiere it on your channel, that's fine.
No, I'll probably show it again. I got this. I was able to find this. I always wanted one of these.
Hold on, let me give you. No, I don't think I was aware of this. That's pretty darn good. When was this made?
They got so many other ones, but none of them looked as good as this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there were little action figures they made in the 90s. I think I gave those away to my girlfriend at the time because they just didn't look right. That looks like as good as a Barbie.
Yeah,
it's got two heads. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, it's got actually two different heads.
They don't look that different. She's just slightly smiling in one.
Yeah, she's winking.
Oh, winking. Okay.
And the other one is skull.
Is this currently in production or is this older?
I think it's older. Let me see. I bought it at a comic shop because I tried to find it online and they were asking $80 and stuff like this. I paid $40 for this.
Oh, okay.
This is 2021, so it's not that.
Oh, it's not old. So, you could probably get it somewhere between 40 and 80.
Yeah, I wouldn't pay more than that. $40 or $45. But.
Do you keep it in the box or do you take it out?
No, I got to keep it in the box for now, all my stuff, because I have nowhere to put it until we get move and get a different house, with a little bit more room.
Then will everything be taken out of the boxes then?
Then I'm going to take it all out of the box and put it in maybe in cabinets and stuff and show it. And
that'll be an amazing episode when you start moving into your new place.
And then I got to have room to keep. I want to keep the boxes, so I have to have a nice size garage, like in garage 2. Maybe I'll have to rent one of your garage space and keep all my empty boxes there.
Yeah. Yeah, shoot, I'll help you move in if you want, if you need some help.
Got to the pro at that. Captain, did I hear you're moving to a bigger place? You're supposed to be downsizing at this point.
Well, I'm downsizing on some stuff, I'm not going to take all the stuff with me, like there's stuff that I don't really collect that much, like the Flash comics. I was not really into that much.
You keep mentioning Flash. Everyone hates Flash.
Yeah. I picked most of my Flash comics up, in big sales. They wanted to sell the whole box, it was really cheap. So I bought it like that, and then there's some that I did buy directly from the store back in the 90s. But
well, when you're selling the Flash stuff, keep me in mind because I like the Flash, but just getting rid of one title is not going to downsize significantly.
Well, there's I know all the stuff I got. Oh, that includes. I'm going to get rid of the Superman comics. I'm not really that interested in Superman that much, except for adventure comics. I keep that.
Oh, of course, the Superboy. Yeah, Superboy. Yeah, but yeah,
Little Derringer.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
Well,
so this is Superman. What? And are you going to get rid of duplicates? What?
No, the whole thing.
Well, I mean, and as far as what else besides Superman and Flash?
Superman, Flash. I'm thinking, maybe, I don't know, man. Maybe Green Lantern. No, I don't.
So you're more of a Marvel?
No, I'm not. I'm going to get rid of some Marvel stuff too, but I don't know what yet.
Yeah.
Maybe the Marvel collector's item classics and stuff like that. I'll probably
because you have all the original stuff.
Yeah.
If you don't have the originals, those are fun to read, and you don't have to worry that you're reading Fantastic Four #8.
Yeah.
It's not as valuable as.
Yeah, I got to go through all this stuff. I mean, I got stuff that's in diamond boxes and other brown boxes that I don't even know what the hell's in there. It's just unbelievable. I got hundreds of boxes down here. Hundreds. I don't know, maybe 200.
Oh my gosh.
Brown boxes. I don't know what the hell's in there.
Wow.
Thank you, Tolfer for subscribing. That's one more person towards 1,000 and becoming a millionaire. This is what do you say, Captain Strangelove? You say you get like $30 every few months from YouTube,
No, what?
or even that.
The last time I got, because I don't always advertise on every video, but I got $34 one year. You get paid every year.
Oh, yearly?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not going to help. I need something to help me from, because Putin's causing the grocery prices to go up. It's all his fault. It's not, can't possibly be Biden.
Well, it's interesting though. I went on my other channel. I went over a little over 2,000 subscribers, and I was monetized for a while, but then they kind of deleted my account because I wasn't putting out enough videos, according to that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So my holiday channel is no longer monetized, even though at one point it was.
Huh.
But yeah, Gratu, it's that's a hard road to make any money at that. Your videos got to get thousands of views in order to.
Well, tens of thousands of views,
Yeah.
more like it. The guys that are making big money, they got like over 100,000 subscribers, 500,000 subscribers, and they're the ones that are making the money.
If you've got 400, 500 subscribers and they actually watch the video, they didn't just subscribe, then that's more friends than most people ever meet in their lifetime.
Yeah.
Well,
gents, I got to tap out because I've got to run a couple errands before we head up to the mountains. So good talking with you.
That's
all
cool.
right, Dave.
All right. Well, we'll probably see you Wednesday night, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Take care, guys.
Sure. See
you too. Bye.
Yes,
sir.
So,
yes, sir, Senator. Yes, sir, Senator.
I started a part-time job, but I've always thought, well, maybe I should open a store selling comics, but I don't know if there'd be a market around here. But I've got a perfect, the front of the house, and it's zone commercial or residential. And
yeah, that would be perfect. But yeah, probably you'd have to be closer, maybe to Des Moines, a bigger area where you get more traffic.
Well, if something's cool enough, maybe people would travel. I mean, I traveled there. Well, actually, I had another reason to go there, but that store actually was. I was actually just, the filming was pretty terrible, but I was just, the guy said
I was getting
busy. I could film in there, but it was like real quiet, and I was like, it felt weird, film. And really, what I was doing was recording what I wanted to come back for. And then I flipped through quickly past the shit from the 90s that I had no interest in. And
yeah.
Well, there's that's just a weird store that didn't have any new comics in it.
No, that was that didn't look like they got much traffic there either. You never know how much longer they're going to be in business.
After I stopped filming, a couple of people came in and they dropped money on slabbed comics, and I think they're getting people that are after. They're getting in people, and then they also had sports people come in there. But at the time, there wasn't anybody. It was a weekday, and I think it was a Tuesday. But yeah, I don't know what there's. I don't know.
I picked this up here. This is my Phantom of the Opera and Other Gothic Tales.
Oh, okay, that's really nice. That looks like one of those fancy books that Barnes and Noble has to.
Yeah, that's where it's from, Barnes and Noble.
Yeah, they do these really nice looking books to give as presents to people. Oh, that would look great on a shelf.
It smells like leather too.
Wow.
It's got the look and feel of leather, and it smells like leather. So I'm assuming that it is. But yeah, they have. They got Sheridan Le Fanu or whatever his name is. I don't know, H.P. Lovecraft,
Yeah.
Gaston Leroux and Edgar Allan Poe and Horace Walpole, Mary Shelley. I thought that they had. Oh yeah, they do have H. And not Robert E. Howard.
I never even really thought about reading the original. I guess I've always known Phantom of the Opera was a book, but it's not
Yeah.
like something like Mary Shelley's Frankenstein that's like around on, every time you go through old books, you see paperback copies of that, but
Right.
that's not a book you see as often. I
I've
guess
been
because it was written in another language, right? Wasn't it French?
I think so. The original, I think so.
Yeah.
I've been reacquainting myself with some Lovecraft stories that the first Lovecraft story that I read was I think I was 19 years old, and I read the Shadow of Innsmouth.
Yeah.
Shadow of Innsmouth, and then I started rereading that again, and it brought back some memories. And I realized that Arkham Asylum is they got the title for Arkham from Lovecraft, except
Yeah.
they originally called it Arkham Hospital, and then I think in issue 260 of Batman they changed the title to title of the place to Arkham Asylum. But
that was in the late 60s, like when Neil Adams was drawing it, right? Somewhere in
yeah,
there.
I think in
And yeah, I think that was because they had the younger people starting to take over the writing on Batman, and
Denny
all the
O'Neil, I
Lovecraft
think.
stuff was starting to be in paperback in the 60s. And I think that's why
Yeah, that was Denny O'Neil. I
Denny
think
O'Neil did
Batman
that, right?
258.
Well, he was one of the younger guys at the time.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, yeah,
You know,
that's not something that was in the comic going back to its inception.
yeah.
But
I always found it interesting, that the way that Lovecraft he shared the mythos with Robert E. Howard and then some other writers and what
yeah,
was her name? M.L. Moore. And I always thought that was a guy, and it's actually a woman. Was a woman. The hell's her name?
um,
Catherine, I think. Catherine Lillian Moore. She
okay,
was also included in Lovecraft sharing his. I don't know how you pronounce it. You pronounce it Cthulhu mythos. It's
that's
actually.
how I've always pronounced it.
I was looking at the pronunciations online, and they said Lovecraft actually had a letter where he explained it to a young amateur science fiction writer, and it comes out pronounced Kalolu. Kalolu.
Okay, well,
But anyway, so that always fascinated me that he was able to, they all shared the same mythos. You see the same characters in all their different books. Robert E. Howard, Lovecraft, and
yeah, it's and if I've got a couple of volumes where it's the letters back and forth between Robert E. Howard and Lovecraft, and they're just they're pages and pages long, and this is before the internet. And these writers, you were just the freak in your town that was into all this history and this weird
yeah,
stuff, and then there was people in the other parts of the country, and you had to find them, and the only way you could communicate was through letters, and that's what they did, and all the letters were saved, and it's
that was
fascinating.
that. Is that a book that you have where they reproduce those letters, or?
It's like I think it's a 2-volume, maybe 3-volume set of the complete letters between
Oh,
Lovecraft
I got
and
to check that out. I have to look for that. That would be interesting for me to read. I would love to get those books.
yeah, because it's like you wonder how did they had such deep understanding of the history of the world and civilizations, and they just must have read just insatiably, and
Yeah. Well,
and in the local library in Cross Plains, Texas. Was it that extensive a library? I mean, Robert E. Howard was able to learn a lot, and
well, they didn't have a lot of other things to do. So, they didn't.
no, it was
There
just
was radio, but not much access to the radio or TV or computers and stuff. So they wrote and they became brilliant,
Yeah, because the radio, especially if you lived out in the sticks, you didn't even have much access to radio. Of
Right.
course, the AM signals go farther, but it's like where I'm at, the radio is I can't find the talk radio stations that play all the Glenn Beck, all the conservative talk radios. Like I turn past the dial and I figure that that's in every market. All those Rush Limbaugh type people. Of course, he's dead,
Yeah.
but it's like there's always. And it's weird. There's this neighbor who's like he must be in his 80s, and he's the father of the sheriff in town. And I mentioned the radio, and he says I listen to 540 a.m. and it's wonderful. It's Hank Williams. It's all this old country. I don't care about new country. It's just and then you turn around the FM dial, and you don't hear anything past the 1980s. Everything. It's like a time warp. And it's like I go in the subway, whatever they're playing there, it's all this stuff from early 80s, and that's recent music. And it's just
I don't listen to the radio at all. I can't. There's nothing there to listen to except classical music.
My CD player broke in my car, so I listened to the radio. And but I've always just listened to pretty much talk radio since music died in the 90s, as far as I know, or early 2000s. There was music I liked, but it didn't play on the radio much.
No, I can't.
There's probably still music out there, but I just don't know where to find it.
You mean new music?
New music. I mean, there were bands in the early 2000s like the White Stripes, and I know that Jack White's still making music, but I just know. And then there was a band called the Donnas that were kind of like it was a girl band, but it was somewhere between the Ramones and Kiss, and I liked them. And there were things, in the 90s there was Nirvana, but I don't know. I don't think anything's coming out today that's.
I don't think so either. I mean, I turn on the radio sometimes and see just stream through some channels and see what's on, and it's just junk. I can't listen to any of that stuff. So I'm usually listening to classical music.
Well, that's that classical music, and I've always loved soundtrack music, I mean, I don't want there to be no good new music. It's not
right.
If something came along, I'd be willing to. Monster Magnet was cool, and John Goris. I'm gonna get this painting out either Monday or Tuesday. He's the one that commissioned this painting I did, and I just had. It's been so rough trying to do anything.
Yeah, for me too. I get so I try to. You know what? I decided I'm going to have because what really depresses me a lot, and I got depression going on anyway. But there's so much going on in the world right now where I live that depresses me further. I told my wife I'm going to have a news blackout. I don't want to hear or listen to any of the news because it just freaking depresses me so badly. It's unbelievable.
Right.
It's all bad every day. It's all bad. There's nothing good.
I think that it's like all books and movies, they have a plot structure, and then things get real bad. They're about 3/4 of the way through the book or the movie. It's like everything, you just give up hope, Spider-Man or whoever it is. And then they because that's what happens is a hero goes through this journey where, they're beat down. And then at the end, they rise up. And I'm not necessarily talking about Trump, but in a way I am. I think that things have gotten so bad, comically bad, where it's almost like this is a spoof. I mean, because things have gotten so bad that it's like
it's almost surreal.
It's like okay, so they had a January 1st, one of January 6th, whatever that stupid day is. They had another one of those big hearings the other day, and then at the end they all agreed we need to subpoena Trump to come in because he's the bad man. and,
Uh,
and so when Nancy Pelosi and everyone ran for cover when the guy with the horns was coming in and everything, it was really, I was watching that all live and it was hilarious. There were some bad things that happened. People got hurt. The lady was shot. But it was actually, because Nancy Pelosi refused to have National Guard there. And then they had operatives, some that were brought over from Ukraine on planes that caused shit. And then they put red hats on them, and they were supposed to be the Trump people. And then they got Antifa, and there's actual footage of them behind the trees putting on the caps, but then they're still wearing the skinny jeans that identify them as those.
yeah.
Anyway, a lot of the stuff where they're breaking the glass and stuff, the stuff that looks horrible, was actually done by the people that were against Trump to make them look bad.
Yeah, I think to a certain extent that's true. I don't
And,
know
and so,
how much of it is true, but I do
but
know it.
here's the thing: they go down into the shelter or wherever they go, and it's like Nancy Pelosi knew it was going to happen because she's got her microphone on and she's got a documentary crew with several camera angles. And they showed that footage the other day. I saw a little bit of it this morning where she's talking to Chuck Schumer, but it's just, then they're looking up at the camera, making sure it's like, this is,
Yeah.
and she's called,
It's
all
almost like
fake.
they knew that was happening, and they were just
They couldn't bring Trump down with anything else. They thought, we've got him. We're gonna stage this, and we're gonna make all these people look bad. So I think that everyone's realizing what's going on. Kids in school that were being brainwashed are starting to realize how crazy their teachers are and what they're telling them. And they
right.
push things so far to the point where they're trying to change the sexes of little kids and having drag queen story hour. People realize
Oh man,
this is insanity. And then all those cities that were burned down, it's like they're not investigating that. Oh, and then they brought in these FBI agents. They even know the name of this guy that was like the day before he was saying, we need to go right into there, into that Capitol building. And he's like getting up and talking to the crowd. And
oh,
but
yeah,
they won't bring him in. And
that was admitted by the FBI that they had agents there, but they
they got him on
refused to
film.
admit it. I don't know.
And everyone in the crowd is going, Fed, don't pay attention to him. And then he was back the next day saying, go on in. And then they were opening up the barriers. There were policemen letting the people in. Yeah, come on in. And there was
Yeah, I
one
saw
guy
that.
that was showing them how to get up the stairs. It's
Yeah.
like it was all a setup. And it's so ridiculous. It's comical. And it's just like a circus. And I think people are starting to wake up more and more, and they're terrified. And this lady that's running for governor of Arizona uh, is brilliant, and she's this beautiful woman, and they're terrified of her.
Well, maybe I'll move over there. I don't know if
But
she gets
now
elected.
Tulsi Gabbard, who was pretty much hated by the Democrats because she was anti-war, has come
Yeah.
out and she's saying, I can no longer be a part of the Democratic Party because they are an evil cabal and they want us to go into war, and they're trying
Well, they're
to.
lying to us. That's the whole
And
thing.
everything she says sounds perfect. And she's just, but I'm wondering if she's a Trojan horse. I'm not fully trusting her. I really want to like her. She's just really cool with this Lily Munster streak of white hair, and she's says all the right things. And I always kind of liked her, but she's like, if you look at her platform before she switched over from the Democrats, she was against guns, and she's
Yes.
like everything that wrong. But
Well,
now she's
maybe you got to be like
this.
Ronald Reagan always said, cautiously optimistic.
Yeah,
Cautiously optimistic.
yeah. So we'll see. What
There's
happens.
a lot of actors are starting to come out of the closet, as I call it now, and they're coming out as being more conservative. Bob Snyder is one of the ones that was recently he left San Francisco, moved to Arizona.
Yeah.
Rob Snyder.
Right. Yeah.
And,
There's a lot of people starting to realize and that's the problem. In the past, all the stuff I love, it's I love all this horror stuff, and I love monsters, and I love all that, stuff like you're talking about Lovecraft. But I don't get into it where I can't really explain it. But when someone's around that really is like morally ambiguous, and it's like they really think this Satanism stuff is really cool, it's like I outgrown that
Yeah, that's what it is.
fascination with reading books about serial killers, and stuff. It's like, yeah, it's like, because now I realize how dangerous that stuff is, because I see what it's happening to kids and stuff. And Michael Taylor in the chat saying there's a YouTube channel where this guy visited the surf ballroom. Most of it's kept the same as it was. Yeah, I saw that. He's this goth guy with his wife. He went there to the surf ballroom in Iowa, and he also went to the crash site of Buddy Holly's plane. And the surf ballroom is beautiful. And he did a tour, and he got up on the stage and stood where Buddy Holly was. I'd like to go visit the
Where
surf
is it?
ballroom.
That was in Texas, right?
No. Buddy Holly was from Texas, but the surf ballroom was it Clear Lake, Iowa? Where it was so cold, and they had a bus with no heater.
Right.
So they desperately rented a plane, and then they flipped coins about who was going on it. And so it wound up, Big Bopper and Richie Valens. And anyway, but they
I don't know
that
who
place.
I don't know who to believe on all of that. There was nobody was. I mean, Waylon Jennings, before he died, said that he flipped the coin with Buddy Holly, and it was Buddy Holly got to go on the plane and not him. And Waylon Jennings was there. But then there was, and nobody talks about this, there was Dion, from Dion and the Belmonts. He was there, and nobody talks to him about anything. And he had a lot to say. I think there's a YouTube video out, with Dion explaining a lot of the stuff that was going on.
Yeah.
And on the buses, because he was on the buses with those guys, Richie Valens, and he was explaining how Valens would get drunk, and he pulled out a gun, was drunk.
Really?
Yeah, that's what he was talking about. He was there, I mean, I have no reason to not believe him, but
yeah, well,
so it was all sorts of stuff going on. It was interesting. You could find it on YouTube, but
yeah,
I would love to see that surf ballroom,
well, I don't know how far that is from here, but it's up north. I wouldn't want to go there during the winter. I mean, that's kind of scary, just how horrible that was for them to go through that. But
I saw some of the not the autopsy photos, some of the photos that were taken, right after the plane crash, and a lot of the photographs you could find online, they are kind of covered up, the bodies and stuff like that. But there was one that one site they posted a video, photograph of that was released by the coroner, and it showed like Richie Valens with half his head, was off,
I've luckily never seen that.
Yeah, so it was pretty bad. I mean, the guy shouldn't have even been flying. They had ice on there was ice on the wings, and you can't take off like that because it upsets the balance of the plane and everything. And I don't know if that guy was really was he what did I read? That he was maybe not a professional pilot yet. He was
something like that.
Yeah, he was still learning or something. I don't know.
But they were so desperate. One of the guys was getting frostbite in his toes on that bus. I mean, it was brutal.
Yeah.
And I've never really experienced this kind of stuff until I guess it was about a year and a half ago, where I think Texas was being punished, for how they voted, and they decided they would, or it was all, they weren't allowed to use a certain amount of electricity. Texas should have.
They had rolling blackouts, huh?
Well, it was more than that. I mean, because some people didn't have electricity for over a week, because they rely on these windmills by force of the government, and and they weren't allowed to do something. But anyway, it was all intentional. They decided where they were going to turn off the power because I could walk a block away and along the main road, they
Right.
kept the power on in the stores.
Yeah, well,
But
that's what they
it
did.
was 0 degrees or a little bit below 0 degrees, and we just lost power for 24 hours, and it was getting to the point where it was painful to breathe. You know, I think it got down to about 40 degrees inside the house. And I can go out in 40-degree weather with a coat on, and it doesn't seem that bad. But when you're sitting inside your house,
Yeah. But
and
didn't they have to do that because they didn't have enough electrical energy to go around for everybody? And it's
well, Texas should have enough, just like the United States. It's all intentional. All this this this
I don't know.
climate change stuff. It's like, they want to go to having all electric cars. Then where's the electricity going to come from? People
Yeah,
just
I
think it
mean,
magically.
well, there is climate change. There's no doubt that there's climate change going on. It's globally, but I don't believe that they're trying to make it sound like it's all man-made, and it isn't.
Well,
There's
just that
climate
things
change
happen change
every
happens.
10, 12,000 years. There's some
But
kind of climate change going on,
but if
and
climate
it's going
change
on in the whole solar system.
But what they're saying is Estacio Cortez, whatever, saying that within 12 years we'll all be dead if we don't, and it's like,
Well, that's
and
ridiculous.
she's the one that wrote the Green New Deal where we have to get rid of cattle
What,
because it's
AOC?
hard. We can't have airplanes or cars. It was all this stupid Charles Manson.
What is she driving? How's she getting around? That's what I like to know.
But what it's just
It's
insane.
unbelievable with these people. I like to know how much, they got the jets and everything, how much their fuel.
If it's such an existential threat to our democracy, why do all of these rich elite buy oceanfront houses? Won't they all be engulfed in water?
Mhm.
And why do all these big banks give the loans to buy those homes? Wouldn't you be worried about loaning millions of dollars to someone to buy a house that will be underwater in 12 years? I mean, but they
I
don't
think
believe it. It's just a way to have power over people, just like it's just all a way to subjugate.
they're trying to get people to worry about these things and to be frightened about it, and it's a sense, that you're being controlled. That they're trying to control you into what they want you to be doing. To
Yeah.
fulfill their philosophy of what the world should be.
Right.
But I don't see any of those people. They got their jet planes. I wonder how much carbon emissions. Is
Right. Well, what they
Yeah.
want is they don't want us to exist. Basically, they want us gone. They want the population of the Earth to be 500 million.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how that's going to happen. I mean, it's
Well,
you'd have to
nuclear war.
nuke the whole planet. Nuclear
Yeah.
war. Yeah.
Speaking
Well, that's
of
ridiculous.
horror,
I
here's
mean,
Horror Mike.
there he is.
Hey there. Turn your sound
Hey,
down.
how's it going, guys?
How you doing?
It's
We have,
doing pretty good, Captain Gratu. Check out this is Bud La Rosa. Now he did the interiors for that was an issue of The Demon that John Byrne did the cover for.
Okay.
And he inked the cover as well. But so this is like his sketch. And when I bought the comic book, it came along with this framed sketch by Bud La Rosa of The Demon. So there you go. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Is that from the 90s?
I want to say this was like 2002.
At first I thought you meant it was just like in the comic accidentally, but that's not what you meant.
No, it was part of the deal,
That got me thinking with my ADD that it would be a great show to talk about things that we found inside comic books that were left in there unintentionally when they were sold to the comic stores. Have you ever found anything weird inside of a comic book?
Yeah, drawings that kids
Well,
would do, you know, and they would paint nipples on the women's bikinis
yeah,
and stuff like
Well, I
that.
mean,
exactly,
like a separate
exactly.
piece that could be taken out of the comic, like they were drawing dirty pictures and they left it in the book. Is that, or you
I
mean
think
drawing in the book?
I'm
Hmm.
Because I've seen like where a kid goes through with a pencil eraser and erases all the clothing. That's but no, I mean like I found like a picture that someone took of their girlfriend, you know, like
yeah, I
just
know what you mean.
but like
I don't think
this
I
guy
have.
with his hand around some stripper in the 90s inside some copy of Excalibur or something, you know, just you know, or
I've
just a
never been that
recipe,
fortunate.
you know, it doesn't happen that often, but I thought maybe other people have found weird stuff inside comics.
I don't think I have ever.
Yeah, only as the captain was saying, like stuff maybe people drew
Yeah,
inside that you never realized. You had like a really cool issue of something, then you like one day you're like, "What the hell is this?" And somebody had like drawn over a panel or
yeah,
something.
yeah.
You know.
I don't know how carefully people at comic stores inspect comics when they price them.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Getting back to restoration, I had this was several years ago. I picked up a copy of a really great. Remember that issue of Haunted Thrills, where it has like the three demon guys, and they're like kind of menacing this woman in a red dress, and she's like really small in the foreground, and they're like in the background. They're huge,
Yeah.
and they're like demons, and they're talking about like her sins or something, and that she's going to hell, something to that effect.
Okay.
And so it was on. Boy, I don't even know if it was Comic Connect at the time, but whatever website that was uh, Metropolis Collectibles.
Uh-huh.
That they eventually, as you guys know, I think they created this site called Comic Connect, which
Oh
is kind
yeah.
of like their buy and sell, their auction site and stuff.
Okay.
So I was on the site, yeah, and I picked up this issue, and it looked really great, and I was quite aware of the problem. The whole issue, it looks fantastic, right?
Right.
If it didn't have this one problem, it
Yeah.
would be an easy 5 or 6, something like that, and it was $20.
Uh-huh.
So I'm like, well, I'm getting this. The thing is that on the front page there was just a neat tear across the entire middle of the page. So that was the flaw. So what I did is very, very carefully on the back of, on the inside cover, I used archival tape,
Okay.
and I just taped the seam up so it matched perfectly on the front. That would, of course, that's the key thing. So you want it
Yeah.
to make it look great.
Right.
Then I touched it up. I did color touch
Okay. I think
on,
that's where you get in trouble with CGC when you do
that
that.
that is true, but for $20, I was going to
Oh
do it.
yeah, and
So,
if you're not intending to ever sell it, then who
well,
cares?
I did. That's what I'm getting to,
Okay.
Gratsu. So a few years later, I sold it for $180.
But
You
you
know,
told
and
them
I told the guy, it was, an obvious thing. It was like, this is split and whatever. And I mean, it's just that when you get something and you can repair it to such a degree where it looks at least presentable,
uh-huh.
people are going to look at it and go, yeah, that's good enough. I'll get it. I'll take it.
And was this a comic from the 50s?
Yeah, this is a pre-code Haunted Thrills. Yeah.
Haunted Thrills. Okay.
Remember Haunted Thrills? And,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
the good old Iger shop.
Yeah, a
You
lot
know,
of those horror books from the 50s, especially the rarer ones, you know, the Mr. Mystery and stuff like that, and Haunted Thrills, they will go for big prices even in the shittiest condition.
yes,
So,
absolutely. Yeah. It was at a time where whatever it was. I don't think it was Comic Connect at that time, but it was Metropolis Comics. They were selling through their website, and you could still find stuff that were quote unquote wrecked. I mean, kind of like really mangled issues of 1940s, 1950s comics for well under $100.
Huh.
And that's what, you can, people that really know how to do restoration
Yeah.
can get those issues. And if they're, buying and selling somewhere down the road, they can certainly sell those for a far greater price. If
I
if
don't
you
know
take your
about
time.
that. A lot of people just don't. They don't want comics that are restored. The tape maybe doesn't matter too much, but restoration, they get really picky about that.
They do. They can get picky. You're absolutely right. I just, as I was saying, I bought this for 20, sold it 2 years later for 180. So that's quite a turnover,
Yeah.
for a restored comic. But the thing is, of course, I spent hours fixing it. So I mean, I put maybe a day, like 6 to 8 hours, actually just doing it so it looked presentable, and
Yeah.
so you got to put the time into it,
Yeah. I'm paying
Maple
attention.
root beer.
Oh,
maple root beer,
Never had this before.
Sprecher.
oh. I'm looking
Nice.
for a picture. I'm not like on my phone, not paying attention to you. I'm looking for a picture I want to show you guys, but everything's so small. Maybe I should use this magnifying glass. Yeah, there's a picture that's pretty hilarious. Or if I could find it.
Yesterday, I did receive this in the mail. I don't know if you guys have seen this.
Hold on, let me give
The
you full
Illustrated
screen.
Comic Art Workshop.
Nope.
Now, this is from 1982. And
I
as you,
I think there were advertisements for that in the color comics, weren't there?
oh, probably.
But I've never
This is,
seen that. Yeah, I've never seen it.
I love this Phantom type character. He looks great. In any case, it's Dick Giordano, Frank McLaughlin, and John Romita.
Yeah, that's so you mail ordered that, huh?
Pardon?
You got it to the mail?
Yeah, I bought it on eBay. It was $20 on eBay.
Yeah,
And
that's
so
interesting.
yeah, it's totally cool. It is, as it says here, it's the basics. So they cover and absolutely one of the real basics of especially comic art is perspective.
Uh-huh.
So they go through all of the kind of a pretty good rundown of how to use the various perspectives.
Right.
1 point, 2 point, 3 point. But it really is, it's kind of like just a little bit more than how to draw comics the Marvel way.
Okay.
I would describe it as just a little more than that, not much.
Right.
So, and I've got the how to draw comics the Marvel way, which I love. And I love I don't know if you guys have seen the video. Did you ever see the little, like, it's like a 60-minute thing that John Buscema and Stan Lee did? It's great, man.
I haven't seen it.
It's quite good. It's on Tubi, Captain.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, just to let you know. Matter of fact, Tubi added about 25 comic book documentaries that you may find interesting. There's just a wide variety of stuff. A couple of Kirby documentaries on there.
So Tubi has commercials. That's how it pays for itself.
It is ad based. Yep.
Okay. Man, I can't find this picture. It's driving me crazy. It's a picture of a dog eating a copy of Amazing Fantasy 15. It looks like it's a real, and it's a color picture. It looks like it was taken in the 70s. It looks like it's like real. I mean, and I wish I could find this picture because I'd like to make it the thumbnail on a video sometime.
That would be horrifying.
I'm looking like an asshole. You guys are talking. I'm looking at my phone, so I'll find it. It's just I saved so many pictures on my phone. It's already gotten buried.
Letters from. Hey, Michael Taylor, how's it going?
Yeah, Michael's asking if you could show your Steve Ditko letters. Captain, but I think you'd probably want to do that on your own show. That's kind of a major thing. What do you?
Yeah, I got I got them over here,
it's
but
like-
I'd have to I'd have to prepare for that, I think.
Yeah, that would be a major production. That the whole show should center around that, I would think. And it is, some of it may be kind of private, that you may not want to share, or
Yeah, well, it's a lot of it has to do with the Ayn Rand, philosophy, objectivism, and stuff like that. And sometimes I sent them birthday cards every year, and then some would send me back a thank you thing, sometimes.
And I think I was getting into kind of a discussion of that philosophy with my friend the other day on a video, because he was talking about everybody's good and bad and good and evil, and I was saying, well, I think that I'm more on the good side, and I guess some people just want to think, no, we're all just as bad as we are good, but Ayn Rand and Steve Ditko's philosophy is there's more, you're either good or
Yeah, there's no gray area. That's the problem. But
yeah.
There actually is, kind of a gray area. But
Well, I think there are people that are totally evil, and some of them, or a lot of them, are in power. But I think that what's interesting that makes it seem like people are in between is that people think they're good and they're really doing evil. But it's, like I don't think that bad guys in history think it's like in the comics, I'm evil and I can. Well, some people are, like some serial killers, they revel in the evil. But I think a lot of people think, well, I'm doing the right thing by getting rid of all these people. They think it's like,
there's a lot of mental illness in politics today. Unfortunately,
right.
it
I mean,
leans
it's
mostly towards the Democratic side.
right. As Magneto was originally written in the X-Men comic, it was the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants. They were just evil. And then, it's the later depiction of him is he thought he was doing right, and it's just, and he had noble purposes. He was just, trying to do right by his people. I think that's interesting, but I don't know. I don't know, but I guess that's called moral relativism. It's like, well, there's no good or bad. It's just whatever your truth is, man. I don't buy into that shit. I mean, you can tell good and bad and evil and good just, in people that aren't religious. It seems like you become religious just by watching the news, because you're seeing, evil and people that worship evil, every night on the news or reporting the news. But I don't know. I can't find shit on my phone.
Yeah, it's kind of a bizarre thing, because there have been in history, there have been great evil masterminds that were really intelligent, but they were evil. Unfortunately, we're plagued by a bunch of idiots
Well,
that are
most
evil.
serial killers are actually very intelligent. That's how they manage to wind up racking up the numbers instead of getting caught after the first person,
Yeah, well, with the exception of Charles Manson, who just managed to be slightly smarter than the idiots that he got to be followers.
Yeah.
That's basically it. The guy he was an idiot. Well, he is an idiot.
Yeah, well, he was.
I can show you this.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Oh, there we go.
I can show you this letter from Steve Ditko.
Hold on.
Oh,
Might be hard
nice.
to read.
Okay.
Wow.
You want to read it, or
Well,
I'll just let. Well, I'll read it.
Okay.
Dear Hans, obviously, and it says Archie Goodwin deserves all the credit for those eerie, creepy, published stories. Archie encouraged me to experiment with the black and white gray wash rendering. Then he goes on to talk about the Atlas Shrugged. The two Atlas Shrugged movies are flawed. No movie can do justice to Rand's Atlas Shrugged, involving a philosophy of life. Rand was ahead of her time. Rand just
Wasn't
built,
ahead of. Does it say wasn't ahead?
or wasn't. No, Rand
Yes.
wasn't ahead of her time. Rand just built on our founding fathers' constitutional republic, and it is a republic.
Right. That's whenever
And
someone says existential threat to our democracy, you know immediately they're on the wrong side because we don't have a
Yeah.
democracy.
right, individual property rights. Our founding
Right.
fathers' constitutional republic, individual property rights. That's one of my biggest things about the philosophy. Why I follow it. What does it say down there?
The U.S. was never a capitalist economic system yet. Yet, how many times do you hear, read about our capitalist greed, etc.? Our politicians are power seekers, socialist, against capitalism, the free market, individual and property rights. Our problems will only continue to get worse. Regards, Steve Ditko. He writes it twice. That's odd.
Well, he signed his name and then he printed his name.
And when did he send you that, Captain?
This is on December 28th in 2016.
Wow.
So
Well, he was absolutely right.
So
no doubt about that.
Yeah, that's and that's why some of these people don't like him, is because he's right and they're wrong.
Right, exactly. That's what
I mean, it's easy. I mean, it's I don't know. Some of his comics that get really into the philosophy are a little harder to read, but I appreciate what he's saying.
Yeah, there is, you guys, you may want to check out the Atlas Shrugged film that's on Tubi. Now, this is a newer film, and it's in 3 parts, so it's approximately 5 to 6 hours long, which is more so in line. They get into more of the aspects of the novel, and it's actually pretty good. It's not a big budget film, but it's really done well, and highly recommended. All 3 parts are on Tubi.
Well, it's probably loaded with commercials. How many commercial interruptions?
Well, you got, like, let's say they show, you watch 15 minutes, then they show like 2 minutes of commercials.
Which will
Because that drives me crazy. If I watch something and then they kind of reel you in, and then 15 minutes, you got a couple minutes of commercials, and then a half hour or later, or another 15 minutes later. But towards the end, they got commercials like every 5 minutes.
Yeah, but you know what I do, Captain?
It drives me crazy.
But you know what? There is the mute button. So when the commercials hit, I turn on the mute button and I continue to do, like, for instance, I'll be drawing or I'll be reading something else if I'm watching something on Tubi. So as soon as those commercials hit, I just hit the mute until they're gone, and do something else until the film resumes.
I used to record stuff in VHS off television. Of course, I'd always carefully edit out the commercials. And now I realize I should have left them in because I'm nostalgic for the commercials. I can get that show that I was recording in a DVD box set, but having the original commercials, network commercials, would be really cool. It's like things that annoy you, if enough decades pass, they're cool. So now there are people on Saturday morning that run entire Saturday morning lineups that someone's recorded on VHS with all the commercials. And that's the neat part of it.
Yes.
But commercials today are not like the commercials in the 60s and 70s that were so much fun. Every one of them is a targeted attack on you. Every one of them, if there's a male, well, if there's a father, he's portrayed as a moron. Every commercial is, I don't want to get into, just watch.
Yeah, I just mute them. Of course, recently there's been a lot of political ads, of course, and they key in on where you are, of course, and
Oh yeah, the political ads are all over YouTube. Yeah, they're here locally. They're all attacking someone named Cindy Axney, and they make her seem horrible, and some other guy that that's supposed to be against abortion. And I don't know who's putting the commercials up. Are they the Democrats, or is it another Republican, or is it two Republicans vying to get the Republican position to fight? I
well,
don't.
those were the primaries are over, so it's all
Okay, so then
Republicans
these are
against
Democrat
Democrats.
commercials against
Sure.
the Republicans, and there's I never see commercials for the other side. I only see the anti-commercials. So
Oh.
that means that they really want you to just absolutely not vote for them, but they're not proud enough of their candidate to show them.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you one thing about Tubi. I see a ton of pro DeSantis commercials on Tubi.
Oh,
So
well,
they're running the pro DeSantis stuff.
well, he's got money behind him. That's
Yeah,
good.
But
That's good that he
I mean,
does.
he's like undoubtedly next to Trump. He is the second biggest GOP member right now.
But there's other people coming up, and there's a lot of women coming up.
Yes,
that
Carrie Lake in Arizona.
Right.
Yeah, she's a real firebrand.
She's amazing, and
yeah,
and they really hate Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh my God,
I love
she is hilarious, man.
And here's the one that could destroy them is what is Candace Owens?
Yeah, Candace Owens.
I like her.
I don't know if she's old enough to run for president yet, because she might. I don't know. She's 35.
She could wait another 10 years easily.
If Trump runs and has her as the vice presidential spot, I mean, compared to what's her face on the
oh God, yeah, it really depends, because he obviously he's not going to go with Pence. That's right out, because that was just I mean, you got to admit, one thing about Trump is that he picked a lot of losers in his cabinet. He just screwed up royally, man. He got John Bolton in there. I'm just like, what are you doing? This is bad news, man. You know,
there were a lot of people that fooled him.
Yeah, they did.
Not a professional. Didn't go in as a professional politician.
And there is it's kind of the saving factor and the the bad factor, the fact that he just didn't really know how to pick. And his advisors that should have been advising him on these choices, what were they like? What was Kushner doing?
Yeah, I was just about to say, even his son-in-law was. But I think now it's very clear who the enemy is, and
I think Jared Kushner was not doing right by Trump at all. We
got to choose our words carefully. If the upcoming choosing, I want to use the E word next month, isn't effed, and if it's honest, and if the R's get in, then there's going to start being, they thought they were the only ones that would do it. Then, unless there's a bunch of rhinos in there that are just too scared to start maybe impeaching, because there's a lot of stuff to impeach Biden for. Selling off our strategic oil supply to China, where we hardly have any, and we're on the brink of nuclear war. It's like, and who's on the brink of nuclear war?
I think that was only a small amount. It's not even a drop in the bucket what he sold over to China, but it's more the fact that he did it.
But we're way depleted also, because he was trying to bring the prices down on gas right before the election. He's got it down under $4 to fool the morons. And then they were pleading with the Saudis. Please just do this now, and then you can do that after the election. And
he specifically told them, hold off for 1 month.
The only thing
they told him to go to hell. That's what they essentially said to him. They didn't say it literally, but might as well have. Just
In
tell
other
him to
words,
go to hell.
The
They don't worry
Saudis,
ab-
the
those
Saudis
elite-
are seeing this other alignment with Russia, China, and India, which
You know, I'll bet you
if you put those countries together, they just dwarf the West. That's basically what's going
India
on.
loved Trump.
Yeah,
Trump could get along with Putin.
no, he could. He could. None of this would be happening.
He
got
got
along with Xi Jinping too.
Yeah, but
he did.
But because of the tariffs, the CCP worked with the Democrats and got that virus to be accidentally released, and that was all a part of trying to bring Trump down. But
we'll see. By all metrics right now, I've been looking at, you've got your pollsters. Now, some of these guys can be way off, but if you look at the ones that are consistent, in both midterm and presidential elections, they're all saying that the GOP retakes the House and the Senate.
Well,
all of them, every
you
one
would
of
have
them.
to, and you've got to have a landslide, because if it's close, then they can do their, we're just tired, we've got to shut down at 11 o'clock tonight on the counting, which has never happened in my lifetime. We just there's the toilet overflowing, we're going to shut down for about 6-7 hours, and
exactly
how many votes
Gratu, I was living in Georgia when that happened, and that's one of the reasons why I moved to Florida, because I saw what was going on.
That's great. That's great.
Yeah. I mean, Georgia. And when I moved to Georgia, I came back from Peru, right? And I'm like, hey, Georgia's pretty great, man. It's, Kemp is the governor and all that stuff. And it just turned out he was a scumbag. It was like suddenly I'm watching the news. This guy is like bowing to the Democrats. He's not doing anything about the obvious election, shenanigans. And that was it. I was like, okay, this is going to get worse here, and it did. So I promptly moved to Florida.
Yeah, well, really, the thing about Tulsi Gabbard that worries me the most, although I want to like her, is was really big in with the World Economic Forum. So it's almost
she was, but that was years ago.
What would the Republicans like? Well, how about this pretty woman that says everything they want to hear? And it's like, I just wonder if she's a Trojan horse. Here's the Drudge Report used to be reliable. It's now like communism, but look, Democratic alarm grows in Arizona.
Well, that's when Drudge sold the freaking paper to.
Yeah, we are, but no one's really sure what happened. It's like, did it ever?
He made millions, and then they became left wing. That's it.
Yeah, but it's like, why would you sell your own name? That's really horrible, to sell something that has your name on it.
Well, I guess he's on some island, in the Caribbean, and
of course, Disney is like horrible now, but Disney's been passed away in 1966, so his family's pretty much gone. So
Disney's horrible. All of the things that are going on in Florida with Disney World, which you've no doubt heard about, and you guys realize that Disney World had its own separate state status. They somehow years ago forged this contract saying that they were an entity within Florida that operated by its own government. Basically, in essence, that's what and DeSantis, he just killed that. He was like, no, that's not going to be happening any longer. You guys are, you're just going to be a corporation operating in Florida. No more of this protection status. And of course, it's been a massive war. I mean, have you guys seen like the reports of the Disney employees in Florida being arrested for human trafficking?
Right. Yeah.
Jesus. It's just like, it is incredible what's going on, man.
Was it just a few, or was it a lot?
About a dozen thus far.
That's pretty bad.
That's a lot. That's a lot of.
But it just, all of this happened if you think back on it, if you look back at the trajectory of all of this, okay, I remember Trump being elected. And then I remember almost instantly after he was elected, they were taking down a different celebrity every day with this Me Too movement. They took down even Garrison Keeler, from NPR. Every day it was this day it's Kevin Spacey.
Yeah.
Every day or every 2 days they take down a celebrity. And it's like, okay, they're doing something here. It was definitely there. Then there was the Las Vegas shooting that was very mysterious. Then it was dropped out of the news. And then I remember Trump was accused of all of this stuff that the Democrats were actually doing, and they would accuse him of all this Russia that was all false. And then what happened was the summer of Jeffrey Epstein, I call it, when he was arrested. And then there were, on YouTube, my wife and I would watch this mysterious person that would send drones around Epstein Island and go down low and film all the terrain and all the weird little temple he has on the hill where they think weird things happen inside of.
Yeah.
And they thought it was McAfee on his boat, and it probably was. But Jeffrey Epstein, that was real dangerous because his list of who he brought to that island was the son of the Queen. It was, past presidents, probably the head of every corporation.
All kinds of celebrities.
Suddenly, all his prison guards fall asleep and the camera stops working.
Yeah.
And then he chose that moment to hang himself like from a doorknob.
Right.
And then a few months later, if you go back in time, Fauci was saying, before the end of Trump's presidency, there will be a surprise virus outbreak. And it's like, how did he know that 2-3 years before it happened? And then there was this professor from some Ivy League school that was caught by the FBI with 2 female Chinese spies, and he was trying to get out of the country with some vials of stuff. And then all of a sudden, around Christmas time of 2019, well, there's this thing, and then it just magically, and Bill Gates invents, or whoever invents Zoom, what we're on basically, this didn't exist a few years ago, but they invented it just right before the virus was accidentally released. Well, actually, it was because someone ate a bat. But anyway, all of a sudden they had this so people could work from home, and kids could have school at home and talk with their teacher in little Brady Bunch squares, but they weren't really learning anything. And so all of a sudden, but it's so somehow it seems like Bill Gates and all these people and Fauci knew it was going to happen before it happened. And then that brought our society down, and it caused Trump to not get back in because of all the mules and the mail. I probably shouldn't be saying this, but anyway, so that then we bring in all these. Biden is like a student of the World Economic Forum, which is right out of the comic books that we read and the James Bond movies we watch. They're a real life specter, and Ian Fleming had been in the Secret Service. He knew there were these shadowy, usually, no offense, Captain Strangelove, but usually these Germanic, evil guys, I'm German too, half German, but it's like they're always got that evil German voice, that guy Klaus Schwab
accent and stuff like that. Yeah, the evil
German. He comes out dressed like Jor-El with did you see that outfit he was wearing? And it says, yes, we have to eliminate a big part of the population. It's like, what's going on? And it's like, I think people are waking up, but there's still a lot of people asleep.
Yeah, well, the thing is that I think the WEF is winning in Europe.
I just read about that this morning. They said they're winning because they're bringing down the Dutch farmers, and farmers are committing suicide and stuff. And it's like, but but the thing is, they've got to bring down the United States, and they got to bring down Russia, and that's the thing.
And China.
And Putin looks like the villain, but if you really pay attention, he's been fighting against that, and that's why. I don't know. I mean, Gaddafi was the villain. I remember that, but then now you read about Gaddafi, you realize, well, he was helping his people, and he didn't want to go along with. It's like if you don't want to go along with what they want to do, then suddenly you become this villain, and you're. It's like I don't know, man.
Well, I think I would definitely, opt for Gaddafi as opposed to Hillary Clinton. I mean, if you look at the
I'd
level,
rather have Putin in charge. I swear, in charge than Biden.
At least he knows what he's doing. See him president.
It's fine with me, man, because Biden's a nut and he's evil.
Well, Putin is kind of a nut too. He started doing all the saber rattling about nuclear threatening.
I don't think he'd do that, but basically what's happening is.
Well, I don't think he'd do it either, but he's talking about it. The fact that
of course,
and also these morons.
It's true, Captain. He is talking about it, but you got to realize that the Europeans are talking right back at him about it, and they're saying we will use nuclear weapons on you, and he's like, "Well, I'll use nuclear."
Nobody said that yet, so as far as I know.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. Truss, Liz Truss said, "I've got my finger on the red button."
If the United
That's
States
what she
was
said.
at war
I
with
want
Mexico,
my finger on the red button.
The United States has fought wars with Mexico.
Pardon?
Let's say we were at war with Mexico, and Putin.
Hold on, just a second, Gratu. What was that?
No, who said that? Who said that?
Liz Truss, current leader of the UK.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, let's say that the United States was at war with Mexico. Just pretend.
That scenario.
Putin sent in $40 billion to Mexico to buy weapons to kill us. Would the president of the United States have reason to say, hey, maybe we're going to do something because we're in the war? It's like, can we really be involved in a war if it's not declared by Congress? Can the president just start involving? I don't know. Let's see I don't know.
Yeah. Well, what's going to happen is that unless, obviously, there is the nuclear scenario, which is still possible. But if there is no scenario, end game scenario of nuclear, the Russians are going to do exactly what they want to do. It's going to happen. They're going to take that part of Ukraine, and that's going to be it. They will not take over Ukraine because people think like, yes, and then they're going to move on to Poland. They could never do it because they could never manage it.
He's
taking over impossible.
He's taking over a part where they speak Russian that used to be part
right.
Of
that's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing.
So it's like, why do we care exactly?
Yeah, if they took over Kiev, you would just have terrorism daily. You would have people. I mean, the people in Kiev would not stand for it, and they would start doing all kinds of stuff. It would be a massive horror show.
The clown in Kiev, this Zelensky, whatever, he's the one that's pushing it. He's like saying the United States needs to have to strike nuclear, have a nuclear strike on Russia
that's what he
first.
said.
We need to do it first. He's the one that's pushing this shit. He's a nut. He's just some stupid comedian that played it's like Idiocracy. He played a president in some movie, in some TV comedy, and he's been in like stupid porn films or something, and they put him in as president. It's almost just as much of a joke as them installing this potato-headed Biden, who's been a joke since the early 70s in the Senate, and he's only there because he's so bribed and so enmeshed in everything that they haven't, as he'll do anything they want, and he'll read anything they put in front of him.
That's what I don't like about Zelensky is the fact that he's trying to push the United States into a war with Russia and the West and Europe.
Yeah, and by proxy,
like he's demanding it. When he wanted to have a no-fly zone declared, that would have dragged the United States into a war with Russia.
Do you remember the United Nations when Trump got up there and was telling the Germans, you better not rely on the Russian oil? And they were going, this fucking moron. You could see them on camera just laughing at him. And now look what's about to happen to the German people. It's enough to make you cry because the leaders are idiots.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Merkel was a bad leader.
Yeah, I mean, Trump is not a moron. He might talk funny with his New York accent and have crazy looking hair, but if I let's say, okay, he started rich. I think his father lent him $1 million and he turned it into billions. If someone lent me $1 million, it would be gone by Monday, and I would have walls of Golden Age comics.
Yeah, but of course, then you would take
geek.
You would have taken that million and made it into 5 million.
I couldn't turn it into. I couldn't take $1
That's
million.
exactly what you do.
It would be gone, and I would have a replica '66 Batmobile in my driveway, and I'd have my dream.
Yeah, I mean, I think Captain Strangelove, both of you guys would agree, Golden Age comics are better than gold. Absolutely, bar none. There's no question about it when you consider the original cost of a comic as opposed to like what it's worth now. Gold is weak. Gold is a weak investment.
The only problem is, as they become more and more a distant thing, could they become? I don't think so, but could they become Big Little books or Western comics? Because you've got to have younger people come in that value those. And
you got 20-year-olds
Tiger Comics has all these guys in their 20s collecting that stuff.
Yes.
But I don't think it's a lot of people. I'm just hoping that, like when I was teaching, I talked to I mentioned the Lone Ranger. No one knows who the Lone Ranger is. They don't know who Gilligan is. They don't know who Herman Munster is. Just stuff from the 60s and 70s. They don't know.
Yeah, but they do know who Captain America is. They know who Superman is.
But
they know who Batman is.
Captain America. Captain America is no longer there. Now he's the Falcon.
Oh yeah, that's a joke. But as far as just the worth of those comics, Paulo,
what's up?
The worth of those comics, Batman, Superman, they will continue over time to continue to rise spectacularly. Now, sometimes they will dip, and that happens right now. They're dipping simply because the economy sucks. But when you have a stable economy, those books just keep going up and up, and I could see that for the next for 100 years. Just pay for
it. Let me tell you something. The last thing that we need is for people to come into the hobby thinking that their comics are going to go up in value. We want them to come into the hobby because they like reading.
Yeah, right. I'm not talking about that.
Which is why I'm against slabbing.
I'm talking about the Golden Age comics and their value.
Sure.
Not collecting. I'm talking about just the fact that if you have, issue number 1 of Action Comics, it's simply a fact that thing is going to continue to climb. It's just, it's like you can enjoy it and you could read it, but it is money in the bank. You've got all three, you've got all of these factors that you can, that's what I'm saying. It's like, and I agree, man, there's nothing worse today than speculators.
Yeah.
Culturally, is horrible.
Culturally, the most valuable thing we have is something like a Guandanaland, which tries to keep stuff that's gotten more obscure as the decades have passed in the public eye.
Guandanaland is amazing.
What is that again? Sorry.
Oh, okay. Guandanaland is like a one-man publisher. His name is Lance Jones. I think that may be a pseudonym, Lance Jones. But what he does is he researches what books are in public domain, and then he gets the best scans possible of them, and then he uploads it to Amazon, and then you can order a book of a whole bunch of like for instance, you can get a whole hardcover book reprinting this magazine, and it will or anything like Meyer Greenblatt this morning was showing a whole book of the complete Super Circus based on the 1950s TV show that is forgotten by almost everyone except for people that like the blonde, in it, Mary Hartland. But anyway, he had a whole book of it in color, and he was showing it. It looked great. My initial problem with Gondwanaland is seeing the first 20, 30 issues of Famous Monsters didn't have the copyright put on it properly. And so he reprinted those. And to me, they kind of look like 1980s Xerox copies. But the stuff I'm seeing, the scans of these comics, and you can get them order them in black and white or color, different price variations. But so when you order it from Amazon, they print it and get it to you like within a day or two, but the book doesn't exist. It's like what I was saying the other night.
Right. It's print on demand.
Yeah. So there may only be 4 copies in existence in the world of the Gondwanaland Super Circus book. But, if 100 people order them, there's 100 copies. It's not printed,
Yeah, but they're just reprints.
But that's how they read
it. It doesn't matter how many there are. They're reprints. I would rather have the original copies of all.
Why?
Of those
of course.
Why? No.
You're never going to be able to get. I mean,
why would you rather have the original copies if you can have a brand new one?
Well, if I pay, let's put it this way: the money, the worth.
Okay, that's what I just said. Comics. We don't need people coming in for the money. We want people to read those comics. Do you know what's the most expensive European comic in existence? Tintin in Congo, first printing, less than $40,000. Why? Because you can buy any print that you want of Tintin in Congo, including a brand new one if you want to read it. You can have a complete set of Tintin books, all of them brand new, and you can read all of them.
Yeah,
even though there's been no Tintin books since 1983.
Let's go back.
But we are.
The 40s and 50s. Look,
Tintin is from 1933.
Yeah, here's the thing though, Paulo. You got to realize that when they printed those in 1933, when you get the original, that's the way it was supposed to be printed. That's what you're supposed to see, not somebody's reprint, which is totally off from the original source.
Actually, the author himself, or all the changes that came in all the prints.
Yeah, the only important one is the original.
The author disagreed. The author redrew every story because now it's the way he wants it.
Oh, well, he could have, and that's great. But when you're talking about the original Superman, Batman, the Spectre, I'd much rather read the originals because that's the way that they were supposed to be printed.
But you can't because they cost $5 million.
Unless you're a millionaire.
That's true. If indeed you are wealthy, you will get those issues.
But the people that are wealthy that get them, they're encased in plastic, and you can see the front and back cover. But I
bet you some of them have 2 copies. One's a reader.
Even a reader copy of something from 1941 is if someone can reprint them and even have the original ads, which I don't know if Gondwanaland does that. The PS art books do that.
Yeah, well, and I was just going to say,
Gondwanaland
what's
like
the big
PS
deal
art
with
books?
Gondwanaland, man? PS art books, much higher quality. IDW Yo books, higher quality. I mean,
I've had some of those PSR books. They were terrible because all the reprints in them, the pages, they were all page after page. The colors were bleeding through and into the margins. So I didn't.
Well, I have many. I don't have a problem at all.
Well, are you meaning they were off register and what they photographed, or you meant
and the colors? The colors themselves and the panels were bleeding into another panel, and they were bleeding into the margin.
So what they do with PS art books, and Gondwanaland does the same thing, is they photograph actual comic pages, and if the comic page they photograph had a printing problem, that's the way it's going to be reproduced. And they also reproduce the yellow. So in a lot of cases, the page is yellow.
Highest quality. You are not going to get this with Gondwanaland. I'm sorry.
Oh, that looks good.
True, but
That
PS
looks
Art
good.
Books isn't going to do Super Circus. What I'm trying to say, what Paula's trying to say is, if you want to really read comics, and most of these new collectors aren't into reading comics, they're into. I used this analogy, I think, when I was talking to Myra Greenblatt the other night. A lot of these new people, they're like someone that goes out hunting for this beautiful deer, and then they put the head up on the wall of the deer, and then you say, well, did you have some great dinners with the deer meat? He says, no, I just put the head up on the wall, as opposed to someone that wants to take that deer and put it in their backyard and feed it, and it's their pet.
Yeah, but Gratu, it's not all or nothing. You could have the original of Weird Mysteries #2, okay, CG Seed, and you could have this and read it.
Yeah, but I can't
not-
do that
it's
as a
not-
retired teacher. I could never afford the
okay, well, we're not. I mean, okay,
But
that
if
as
I
far
was
as like,
a retired dentist, maybe.
yeah, I mean, these are in the first place the Weird Mysteries. Now you could still pick this up in pretty good shape for $500. Now, that's not a high end. That's not a high
I'd be
end.
dead. My wife would kill me. I mean,
I know,
here's-
but
here's the thing.
this is still not
But
a high end.
That's
comic.
not the only book that I want to read. So why should I spend $500 on that one? Okay, if I can spend $500 on 25 others, let's say.
Right. That's because you're not a collector.
No, I'm a reader.
Right. Exactly. You see, the
There's
thing
enough
is
to go
that
around for everybody.
there's a lot of people that are collectors and readers.
Right.
and
But
there's
if
nothing wrong with any of that. But
if the collector there's a, like I said, there's a market for the guy who wants the $39,000 version of Tintin in Congo. But the person who wants to read Tintin in Congo does not need to be dependent on the $39,000 version.
So
In the
you guys
US,
are talking about like stuff that's kind of obscure.
it's very obscure. Yes.
Okay. I totally. Yeah. The more people that can get that stuff printed, the better.
Yeah, what you're
Obviously,
not
I
understanding is PS Art Books has reprinted the very conspicuous Seduction of the Innocent, all the horror stuff. But we're talking about in early issues of Dennis the Menace, stuff that the people that
obscure
slab
stuff
shit would not care about. Anything that didn't have the copyright put on it properly, or it's gotten out of copyright, he reprints everything. He puts out about 7 or 8 books a day when he's not sick. And all it is just scanning into his computer. And so all of this stuff's available to you. It's not a lot of Marvel and DC because they put their copyright on there properly. Usually, if it is, it's very scattershot. What he's reprinting is the stuff that is so obscure or that no one's ever going to reprint ever.
Yeah.
And if you spend an entire lifetime, you may never put together a whole collection of the full run of
it might not even be expensive. Let's say a series. DC had a series that adapted the. I can't remember if it was a radio show or a TV show. Big Town. But DC published it. Now I imagine that they're, as far as DC 1950s comics go, they're probably not that expensive. But yeah, you're going to take it's going to take a lot of time and extra costs to hunt all that. If it was possible somehow to have a collection
of that's part of the hobby.
Yeah, and you know, this stuff, a lot of people have reprinted Weird Mysteries. This is I mean, it's only in my opinion, the quality of this is probably about as good as you're going to get. But a lot of people have done these. It's not like it's an obscure thing like you guys are talking about, something else entirely. This guy is basically archiving human history or something.
Well,
you know, in printing, I guess is what I'm saying.
Right. And he offers hardcover options and color options, or you can get soft cover and black and white interior art options. But
yeah, I mean, if he's going to do that, go through all that trouble, then more power to him.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. Let's see. Last Avengers says Guandanalan had reprinted an entire issue of Nightmare that had a rip in the middle. What does it say? Of the page. Well, that's all he could get.
Yeah. Even then, you can fix the art when you're scanning. So there's probably.
Yeah, he probably should have spent more care on that. But you know, it's just a matter of do you really want to read these old books, or
Yeah, it depends. It really is subjective. It depends on what you're into.
Yeah.
but it
Let's
just
say,
also depends on how
and
much.
the way that some of these specific issues get treated, it affects your potential enjoyment of other stories that are published in them. For example, let's suppose that you're interested in Zatara. Well, Zatara's first appearance is also Action Comics #1, but it costs $5 million because of Superman's first appearance. So you would like to read Zatara stories. What are you going to do? DC is not going to put out a Zatara archive. Wouldn't it be better if Action Comics #1 slipped into the public domain so that Guandana Land could put out a Zatara collection?
Okay, but they've already reprinted Action Comics
Sure.
#1.
Yeah, they keep reprinting Action Comics #1, but not 2, not 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yes, somebody
There's
else was arguing about that and why they hadn't. I mean, and you're absolutely right. I mean, you would think that if DC was smart, they would do that, right?
Yeah, they're getting all of that. There are costs. There are always costs. So and what Guandana Land is doing is the guy decided that I'm going to scan all of these and spend money fixing all these pages so they can be available for printing. So somebody has to spend time and money doing that.
Yep.
And DC would, in order to do that, they would have to make their money back selling copies. And we know that if you put out a Superman archives with all of Superman stories in 1940 and all of Superman stories in 1941, that one probably sells. If you do the same for Zatara, it's not going to sell in the numbers they need.
Yeah,
probably not.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But the thing that the reality is, though, Paulo, is that they hold the copyright.
Yeah,
and that is the reality. There's no, you can argue all you want, but
it seems like most of the stuff that came out from other publishers that weren't, Marvel and DC has fallen into public domain, and that's the stuff he's published. He's not doing DC and Marvel.
But it's quite possible that a lot of this stuff is going to go into public domain because there hasn't been any movement in order to extend the Sonny Bono Copyright Extension Act beyond what it already is in law. So Steamboat Willie is going to go into the public domain in the US soon.
Yes.
And after that, it's going to cause a cascade effect, and everything after that is going to go into the public domain.
Yeah.
So that is good,
and then people will start reprinting those. And,
so it's not bad that culture goes into the public domain, because culture is not a building, it's not a piece of land. It's used by an audience in a different way than what the original creator, and the original creator has been long dead. Now they're owned by corporations. Why should a Disney stockholder make money off of Mickey Mouse when Walt Disney died in 1965? Well, those guys are not related to Walt Disney. They're not creators themselves. They're stockholders. They're shareholders. So they can't.
But it's also the Walt Disney estate. It's his family, and so maybe some of his family members were instrumental in helping Disney.
They're all dead.
Alive.
Even Roy Disney is not exactly. Roy Disney is not a good person. Let's.
Okay, well, if we're going to start examining how good,
but it's like this. The way you create culture is, you create the culture. You create a painting, a book. You write a book. You play and record a piece of music. Your descendants might be entitled to keep earning half of you, but if they are not creators themselves, it's not the same thing.
Well, I don't know how it is there, Paulo, but here we're capitalists, so we go by the capitalist mantra, good or bad.
It is. Here it's life of
the
creator.
reality of it.
It's life of creator for 70 years.
he's reprinting stuff that's been abandoned by the gangsters that
Sure.
published it. It's the publishers are all dead. The copyright's gone. No one cares about Nightmare and Sleepy or whatever.
Yeah, and I totally agree with your point in the sense that these things are like Steamboat Willie. It's going into the public domain. Soon after that, a ton of things are going into public. Music is going into public domain all the time, and that's just the natural way of things within our capitalist system. The way that we copyright, the way that the U.S. copyright laws are set up, is that you can't hold on to it forever, but you can hold on to it for an appreciable amount of time.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then it's over. And so that, that as you describe it, that culture, well, this Guandanaland person is like looking at all of these things that people may not know about that are in public domain, and he's reprinting them. So that's great. If you can do that and it's legal, and you're making money, but you're also, distributing a lot of stuff that people may not know about that's valuable,
or can never afford to read, or even if they have the money to buy them, they spend a lifetime trying to put all these issues together.
Look, I could never afford to buy all the comics that are part of this volume. Are you kidding me?
And I think Guandanaland may have reprinted a lot of those pre-code horror too, because they're public domain. But I first discovered Guandanaland just doing an internet search because I wanted to read the Captain Marvel Monster Society of Evil stories that were done like a movie serial, and I was interested in that. And DC had advertised and that they were going to be putting out a deluxe edition of it, and then they realized, there's some pretty negative racial stereotypes of Africans and stuff, and we can't reprint this. And I still wanted to read it, and I looked up Guandanaland was selling reprints of that, and I thought, what is Guandanaland? Is that I researched, on Amazon and on his website. He's reprinted just it's unbelievable. He's put out thousands of books. Thousands and thousands, because he puts out 5, 6, 7 books a day.
Yeah, and the whole print on demand model is brilliant, because then there's no overhead. It's simply somebody wants a volume and they buy it, then they print it and send it. It's fantastic.
And another thing,
that's really the great way to go.
DC, is not going to reprint a lot of their stuff. Or when they reprint it, it's redrawn by like kindergartners. A lot of that golden age stuff in those books, they needed black and white stats, and they'd have people redraw it, and someone looks like they had several strokes do the lettering. And it's like, this couldn't be the golden age art I've heard about. And it isn't, because it's redrawn. They did that in the 70s and those 100-page spectaculars too. You think, the golden age artwork was real crude. Yeah. No, it wasn't.
These guys, Big Bang Comics, this is all print on demand. These are new. They do not make 10,000 copies, then sell them.
Right.
You go in, you buy one, they print it, and they send it to you.
Nice. That's great. But if I had a choice of getting if I had money, which I don't, if I had a choice of getting a print on demand golden age comic, or as cool as that is, someone trying to make it look like a golden age comic, I'd probably get the golden age comics, just because I haven't ever read them, because that was my my father's time period.
Well, what are you going to do? What are we going to do to get new people into the hobby, to get kids into the hobby? I mean, it's not going to be, you're not going to hang on to 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds they're going to disappear, and it's going to lose. The interest is going to be lost.
I don't think there are new kids getting into the hobby.
No, there aren't.
And
there are some, probably not in the numbers that we wish.
There's not enough. I just don't know if the market's going to fall out under the golden age stuff, and they'll just be.
I don't think so, because each year passes, the rarer they get. Because these issues aren't lasting, they start disintegrating.
But
you have less and less.
A kid that was born last year, when they grow up, are they going to want to get copies of Adventure Comics number 72? I mean, who was going to buy all these books? I mean, there were people fanatical about, because it's like if you look at you go back 100 years, what were the popular songs? Who were the popular movie stars? I mean, nobody. You go to the mall and ask, do they know who Theda Bara was, or they don't know Mary Astor? They don't know any, because no one knows, because enough generations have passed. And yet some of these movies are coming out that are keeping these characters in the public consciousness, but now they're getting to be really shitty,
It
and
is it is
people are
kind of
starting to
weird.
lose interest.
You're kind
It's
of
just,
right. I mean, there is something though, like for instance, if you ask any real horror fan, and I'm not talking about people like that love Friday the 13th and Halloween movies, because
yeah.
Those
that's
are
not it.
slasher films. They're not even
Right,
horror.
right. Those are slasher films. If you ask a real horror fan, they will tell you, they'll go, "Oh yeah, 1925 Phantom of the Opera, 1924 The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari." Because that's 100 years ago, and they know exactly, and they've got Blu-ray copies of those films, and they watch them because they recognize that those are great films that will remain great films, and nothing's going to change the
But they
fact
aren't buying prints that were made in the 1926. They aren't buying 35 millimeter prints of the
no,
films.
well, nobody is, yeah, because
Right. So I
they're
don't
all
know if
gone because they're
I
acetate.
just think all these old comics will be, maybe there'll be some big museum where people can look at them in their slabs, but I just don't think in 30 years people are going to be, unless they're super
I'm just
rich
talking about people
nerds like
that
Rob
remember,
Zombie.
that remember history. Well, you were talking about people that don't know who Theda Bara is, and in reality, if you talk to a lot of uh, culture, I mean, once again, it's just like people that are into that stuff. There are a lot of people. I mean, there are probably millions of people across the face of the earth that love silent movies.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes,
sure.
millions of people, millions. Who knows how many? And
Um,
that's going to continue through the decades. It'll keep going and going.
yeah,
You
but
know.
they're oddballs, and
Well,
probably there's
yeah,
one in
yeah,
every high,
maybe.
maybe one, if you take every 3, 4 high schools, there'd be one or two there that are
Yeah.
maybe have
Yep.
Asperger's, and are like, this girl I used to date was fascinated with Buster Keaton. She was just like, it was like, that was like a current movie star. She'd draw
Hey,
paint.
well, and Paulo and I were talking about the Marx Brothers the other day. Now,
Yeah.
the Marx
Yeah.
Brothers are cream of the crop. They're tops in comedy. That's
And
absolutely true. And I can tell you, I turned people on when I was in Peru. I turned people on to the Marx Brothers down there, and these are people in their 20s and 30s. They loved them. They were just like, "Wow, we don't get Marx Brothers. We get the Three Stooges down here." And
well,
that's what, they were just like
Three
blown away
Stooges,
at how good
Yeah.
these movies were.
Three Stooges
You know.
translate across languages better because it's physical humor.
They,
The
you're
jokes of
absolutely
the Marx
correct.
Brothers aren't going to translate as well. But okay, so Three
Yes.
Stooges, Marx Brothers, you can enjoy that on Blu-ray with relatively little expense. Every film they made, pretty much. But what we're talking about is more like people that collect Marx Brothers one sheets or lobby cards.
Well, those are
Okay,
the
the
collectors.
people that we're talking, when owning the original comic books is more equivalent to owning an original print, theatrical print that played in a theater in 1936,
Yeah,
or
but
owning the original.
those are collectors.
Right. What I'm saying is,
Well, I
I don't
mean,
know
but you can be a
if we are
collector.
going to continue, or if the market will fall out like Big Little
I
Book.
just don't see it happening. I don't see it happening,
I-
man, because it's kind of like
I
why
do.
why do people look for like first printings of Edgar Allan Poe books, or even a better example, considering if we're talking about 100 years ago, first printings of H.P. Lovecraft. Those things are in the tens of thousands of dollars. They are never going to go down in price. They will
Yeah.
always
No,
be sought after.
the difference is, unlike comics, Edgar Allan Poe novels and short stories keep getting reprinted because there's always going to be a new kid who reads an Edgar Allan Poe
Yes.
story and say, "Man, I like this."
Plus,
And
they're
that
historical
guy's on.
figures.
Yeah,
They are
that
historical
kid.
figures.
Sure, that
Sure.
kid is only going to be is only going to want to spend $40,000 in a first print if first he falls in love with reading Edgar Allan Poe.
Yeah.
That's
If
like
it's not
everybody
in
else
print,
today.
So if there
Nobody's
were,
going to go off and buy a
and that's our problem in
$40,000 book.
comics, we don't have enough collections of old material to interests to create that type of collector. It's necessary that first we have more readers in order to
Sure.
create that type of collector.
if
Right.
it's not
Well,
in print, like Flash Gordon, people just think, oh, that's that movie that the talking bear liked in whatever that movie was. Though I've seen that movie, they don't. If Alex Raymond's artwork's not out there, and now Will Eisner's The Spirit, that's impossible to reprint because his sidekick looked like Al Jolson, and you could reprint that in the 70s and early 80s, but now you'd be crucified if you. And that's like,
I think they're doing it though. I think they're reprinting it.
not the ones with ebony in them.
Well,
today's
isn't that
world?
Gondwanaland guy doing it?
Well, that's not public domain.
Oh, really?
I don't think so.
The early Spirit stuff.
No, the Spirit's never been in the public domain.
None of it is.
Will Eisner was always very cautious with that.
Who owns it?
Well, it's
probably DC now because they were putting out comics, or at least they optioned it.
Yeah, that's a good question. Who does own the Spirit?
The descendants do. So it's in Will Eisner's
estate,
right? which is managed by Dennis Kitchen.
Right. Okay, that makes sense.
So if you want to publish the Spirit, you can go up to Dennis Kitchen and say, I want to publish the Spirit, including the Ebony stories.
Yeah, it's Kitchen Sink Press. It's DC Comics, IDW also.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Right now it might be IDW. See, Dennis Kitchen doesn't publish anything by himself because the old Kitchen Sink Press doesn't exist anymore.
Right. Exactly.
But if you want to publish, show up to his house with a bag of money, and you can negotiate for the rights. And if you tell me I want to reprint the stories with Ebony as they came out, I don't think he'll have a problem.
There might be a little bit of a problem with that. Yeah.
Well,
not too said.
No, Dennis Kitchen will say yes.
Oh yeah. Oh no. I mean, as far as getting the rights, no problem.
Sure.
As far as living to tell the tale, yeah, that might be a problem in today's culture.
Yeah.
Comics says, I think making them more appealing to kids would be a good start. I like the innocence of the older superhero stuff. Everything's very serious and dark these days. Having said,
and expensive.
That one thing that was good was Marvel was putting out dollar comics, reprinting some of their classic issues. So that showed that they could actually put out a comic for $1, I guess, because they weren't having to pay the writers and artists and actually make a profit. But kids don't go into comic stores, so they never saw that. Kids do not go into comic stores more than the average housewife goes into a porno store.
Yeah, but let me say one thing about collectors, and this is a fact. Collectors start off being readers. They start off when they're kids. They go to the store, they get a comic book, they fall in love with Superman. When they get to be 40, 50 years old, or whatever, it doesn't matter what age, they decide, hey, I'd love the original comics of this.
Yeah.
And I'm going to seek them out and buy them. And
but it doesn't happen now because
exist.
Comics do not exist in the world of kids. They do not know. Superman is a character from. They don't even really know.
You mean nowadays?
Yeah, and those are the future people that all this stuff will be given to in the future. I don't have children, so all of this stuff. When my wife is younger than me, I imagine she'll outlive me. It'll probably wind up in my nephew's hands unless I write a will to make sure it goes to. And it'll probably be thrown in a dumpster. They could probably care less about any of this.
Well, it still happens. That still happens.
I mean, this
hear it all the time.
This means nothing to people, and these movies now are not making people like comics. anyone that watches She-Hulk is not going to seek out She-Hulk comics. They're
And
making these comics look like shit, and they are
that's
shit
why
now. But no one's going to seek out the old She-Hulk comics.
Right. And that's why you need to will all of your stuff to me, because I will take care of the stuff. I know the value of it.
Well, the thing is, I love this stuff. I just don't know if it's yes, this printing of Edgar Allan Poe will keep its value, but it has, there's
well, it may not do that well, but I mean, look, it's in a comparatively short period of time, they've done extremely well. And yeah, it's like the one thing that that drives me insane, that I would agree totally with you guys on, is this speculation racket today is just so insane, because it is absolutely not about the comic books, and it's not about reading them. It's like they make 30 variant covers of a one issue, and that is how they're making their money, because people are like, oh yeah, only 500 were made of this variant.
Yeah, most people buying all this stuff are our age in the comic stores. Kids do not know even that comic books exist. It's just it's not in their world. Basically, I guess direct distribution started with the underground comics, and then they realized, oh, let's get some of the Marvel and DC books in there, and then Marvel and DC started going in whole hog, and by the late 70s, it's like, yeah, let's just sell them to the comic stores. We don't have to get books returned to us. They can just hold on to the books until they're valuable, and in theory, and so the kids that would go into the 7-Eleven or the corner drugstore and find comic, they no longer existed. And so it's no longer a children's medium. Now it's just...
No, it ain't, and plus, why should they buy a comic book when they can see the movie?
Or play a video game where they can be the character and put on virtual reality goggles and be 3D and see,
yeah, which is why cosplay has just skyrocketed.
Well, see,
I mean, there's always been cosplay, but it is literally half of a convention nowadays.
But cosplay was 400-pound women that were Dark Shadows fans, because when in reality,
but there was Forrest Ackerman.
3 or 4 women in the whole convention, and they
come on,
Trina
man.
Robbins.
Remember the 70s conventions with
no,
Forrest Ackerman?
Yes, there'd be Wendy Peeney that was into comic books and everything.
And who was that? Brink Stevens. Remember, she was like a vampirella.
Okay, right, but the women that you see at the San Diego Con that have absolutely comic accurate costumes, these are like wannabe starlets or strippers. They never read a comic book in their life. There are all of a sudden there's all these beautiful women that read comic books. They're
and even male cosplayers will admit. So, did you like the stories? I've never read their stories. I just think the costume's cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you're absolutely right. You see that a lot. You see it a lot, and it's become like this huge part of these comic book conventions. And people say constantly, they're like, "Yeah, I go to this comic book convention." Even here, Paulo, and they're like, there's 5 dealers where there used to be 50. I mean, it is just like shrunk. The whole actual comic book part of it is now like 5 to 10% of the entire convention.
Yeah, it's all Pokemon cards, Yu-Gi-Oh, and Funko Pops.
Funko Pops up,
and you know who
out the
for a
wazoo.
while who was doing more comic accurate adaptations than the actual movie studios. This is a cover of this is like a journal for dirty.
Oh yeah, AVN, man.
Look at how they did Hawkman and Hawkgirl. They've got the real 60s logo. It really looks like Hawkman and Hawkgirl. The movie that's coming out, Black Adam, I think that they've race swapped him. Of course, they have to do that.
Okay, now what is that? The X-rated version of Hawkman?
Yeah. I've never seen. They did everything, and they did it. There was this one guy making these movies. I forget his name. but he made Avengers. He did several Spider-Man movies. He did
Yes.
Spider-Man versus Superman. I mean, it's like
That's this is the guy that's like it says something like not Spider-Man XXX or
his
something.
name is Axel Braun.
Yeah, that's the guy. That's the dude.
He did one of Star Wars that looked just like the original movie. It was, and it was this.
Yeah, but you know what? He was just riffing off of Flesh Gordon. Come on, man. You know what I'm saying?
True, but he also there's someone else joining us. But you know the people that made Flesh Gordon, the guy that directed it, maybe not. Oh, Graphic Man's back from the football game.
Right.
Hey guys,
is it halftime or is it?
It's
over?
halftime. It's halftime.
Well, the thing about Flesh Gordon is the people that did the special effects. I think Jim Danforth and stuff. They had reverence. They felt like they treated it like they were really working on a legitimate Flash Gordon movie. So the costumes
with great animation
and the animation.
Man, I love that film. I've got it on DVD.
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course. It was terrible on VHS because they like zoomed in on it and it gave you like a tiny little piece of it. But you know, you could see all those people that were working on it made it great because that same director came back in the early 80s or 90s and did Flesh Gordon versus the Cosmic Cheerleaders. And it was terrible because it was all people helping. It was the little people that made it great because they were trying to make a real Flash Gordon movie. And
and Flesh Gordon was like really barely even X-rated. I mean, it was like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Supposedly there was a little bit more explicit version, but
some of the things hit the cutting room floor for the real release. Pardon, Captain?
They call it soft porn.
Soft porn. There you go.
Like Showtime.
Or as they say in Europe, art movies.
Art movies. It was an art movie.
We're in a discussion about whether comic book in 30, 40 years will the value of all, you know, the astronomical value of old books, will anyone care anymore, or will they just be in museums? Because I don't see younger people coming in thinking these characters are cool. And they're rapidly cutting the throat of all the people that like the movies and TV shows.
Well, that's what I see too. You know, I look at the New York Comic Con. What happened over there with Peach Momoko?
I heard something about that. What happened?
Yeah, all these dealers and vendors were coming in there because she wanted to give something back to the fans, and she did the Marauders for Marvel, and what was the other one called? Death Wars or something like that for Marvel. And she has a big following, so she wanted to give something back, and she was signing like for everybody 10 books free. She'll give a free signature for everybody 10 times. And there were all these vendors and dealers coming in there with boxes and stuff they would get, and they were holding up the lines, and then they would go back into the line because she was only giving 10 at a time, and then fights were breaking out in the line. And a fight broke out in front of her table. She got up and walked away. She just had enough of the shit.
So why is that controversial? Why are people?
I can't even. What's her name?
Peach Momoko. I think she's a Japanese artist. She's
the artist that was working on Marvel Comics Marauders and the Death Wars, I think it's called.
Okay.
I didn't know that. She's a Japanese artist. Peach Momoko is just a pseudonym for her real name, which I can't pronounce it. But
she does like variant covers a lot, and it'll be like a real anime kind of cute.
Yeah, that's the kind of style that she does. But she has a big following, you know,
especially on young. There are young women that actually read comics today more, because that's what they're trying to market to, because they figure that anime.
Well, that sure didn't work out well over there, man. You know, I mean, holy shit. So you see what's over there. There's a lot of people from that Whatnot app, you know, Whatnot, where you auction off and stuff like that. These guys were going in there multiple times with their boxes, getting multiple signatures, and then going around selling them for 10 times, 20 times the amount of money.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
see,
what
that's
it
what
is.
the
This is what I call this is what's wrong with the whole hobby.
sure the current culture of focusing on the
horrible.
monetary value
That's
produced
what it
this.
is.
What Peach Momoko should have
Yeah,
done is
ridiculous.
inscribe them to the person. That's what Stephen King and some people do. They insist, I'll autograph as much as you want,
Yeah,
but
but
I'm going to put to you.
But how can you do that? You got a line that's going out the door. They're fighting in the line now with these
I
idiots.
would,
Yeah, I think that was just a really bad move offering signatures for free.
Not a bad move. She did something. She was trying to do something good for her
Oh, I
fans.
know, but it
There's
created
nothing
total
wrong with it.
chaos, and it
No,
just
it's not.
fed
It's
a
those
lot of.
assholes that were over there trying
Well,
to make
but that's
tons
the
of
problem.
money by getting free signatures. They're the ones that
Yeah.
are
But it's like you said,
problem.
okay,
That
if I
should have been
dedicate the
anticipated.
if I dedicate the comic to you, it's free. If you just put my signature, it's $20 there.
There, well,
There you
that's,
go.
that's the way you
Something
do
like
it.
that.
Yeah.
She was showing respect for the fans, but
Yeah.
what she didn't realize is that most of them don't deserve respect. That they're
And they're not fans. Yeah, most of them
Right.
aren't fans. They're just in it for the money.
Right,
Peach
but if
Momoko
she-
is a valuable brand.
it's
But if
those
she had
people.
just said simply, "You can come up. I will give you a free signature on the comic book of your choice that you have. One signature, then you get out." That would have totally cut down the amount of crap.
They still would have gone back to the end of the line with the next book.
Well, they could do that, but it wouldn't be these people holding up all these people with 10 copies of. I mean, my God, it must have been a nightmare.
Well, it was.
You know?
It was. That's
Yeah.
why she got up. She left, man.
Well, in
She
the
later
old
on
days-
apologized to the fans for doing that, but she
Yeah.
said she was afraid that they were going to attack her.
Yeah.
And that's not far off. I wouldn't be surprised.
No, not
Is
really.
there video? I would love to see video of one of those fights. Guess it just would be
It
hilarious.
could be. I didn't look, but there could be something on YouTube
Just-
for all I know.
Was it?
I just think that was awful, and this is what the huge conventions have turned into. You got wrestlers there. You got petty the C and the D and W actors over there charging $50 for signatures.
I've always-
Actors and people that work in the magazine industry that are over there trying to get $50 a signature. I never even heard of, and that's what it's
Well,
all
I think
about.
it depends on where it is. I mean, I went to the MegaCon in Orlando. That was over 100,000 people, and there was no incident. It was.
Yeah.
I mean, there were lines out the wazoo, and now Gina Carano was there. There was no.
Yeah,
incident.
but they're probably charging $80 an autograph.
Oh,
Yeah,
they
but what I-
totally.
But see, in the
What I'm
old
saying
days,
is that's what the Comic Cons have become. They used to be
Yeah.
concentrating on comic books, and
exactly.
real American
Do that.
pop culture. But now
That's why these smaller Comic Cons are so much better.
yes,
Like, I
they
mean,
are.
you go to them, and they actually have a dealer's room filled with comic book dealers,
Yeah.
and not this other garbage.
Exactly. That's what I like. That's what
Yes.
I do.
see, that's what I look forward in the old days when there were comic conventions. I would look forward to going there, and then I would realize as I was pulling up, no, I don't really like comic conventions. I would go into the dealer's room and I would try to make surgical strikes and buy as much cool stuff as I can. And I'm realizing I hate all these people. And then I realize, is this what I am? Because I'm around all these people and they haven't showered and I'm seeing their ass cracked.
Yeah.
And they're so obnoxious and they sound like Peter Strzok, little demonic demons and moronic. It's just like and what was even worse when I went to Texas Frightmare Weekend. It's a horror convention.
This is what we need. We need stuff like this.
Yeah, I thought this will be my people. People into Frankenstein and the Wolfman, but it's all these people into Pinhead and Friday the 13th, and they're all covered in tattoos.
There you go.
Shit in their nose, and I
Whatever happened?
wherever
Where's
I
these
go,
comics?
I hate everyone.
That's
Where
Bugs
are
Bunny
these
Halloween
comics,
man?
parade.
Paulo, where are these comics today?
They don't sell.
Well, that's
A year ago, a friend of mine here in Portugal was complaining we don't have comics for kids, and there wasn't even a good attempt at publishing Dogman here. And and there's this author. Is actually a count, but he draws comics. And he tried to create some things for kids, and they really don't sell that much.
I know the kids say they're not interested in it. You know, that's the other thing. And the direction of pop culture here in this country is changing. I don't even know how to describe American culture anymore because everything is so desperately changing. You know, people are bringing their own cultures into the country, and they're not assimilating into American culture anymore, and that includes pop culture. They have their own.
A lot of the like comic book YouTube channels, all they do is they talk about how bad She-Hulk is, or how bad the Game of Thrones or whatever the hell is going on, and that's all they do. You will see like 10 shows in a row that's labeled, "Oh, She-Hulk sucks this week," or something, and I'm like, yeah, it's bad. So I don't want to listen to you talk about how bad it is. Yet those are the biggest channels.
Those are the fighting a noble fight because we're under assault.
Views.
We're under assault, and those people, they're very redundant, they're repetitive. But the more that they needle and attack these, like this Lord of the Rings thing, to the point where it's a complete disaster, and they spent literally almost close to $1 billion on that thing, and then they realize, well, the fans don't like it, and no one else likes it. Maybe they're not going to screw around with it. I understand what they're trying to do. Man, Bear, Pig, I wasn't talking about you because you're into the old stuff. I'm talking about people only into this new stuff. And I have nothing against tattoos. My wife has tattoos. I just felt like these were not, they didn't understand, and some of them might, but whatever. It's not you. The Fossils Royalty among us. Yeah, it's pretty much a reunion show here. It's kind of like when Leave It to Beavers reunite, but Ward is in a grave, and she's there at the grave saying, "Ward, I'm worried about the beaver," talking to a tombstone. It's kind of depressing. It's kind of like a Saturday Four Color Fossils.
So what do you think? Is the comic book industry dying now because we're not getting any fresh blood? It's just going to continue. How long can it continue to keep
everything is dying?
The golden age and silver age comics, and then what if that gets all eaten up, and what's going to happen?
The only people that care about the old, well, like I look at my stats on, there's nobody under 35 or 40 that watches this channel, and the younger people into comics, they're going in, they're making surgical strikes. They look at the key collector app, what's a key issue, and they buy that in a slab. It has to be 9.8, and they're seeking the 9.8s, and it's all big game hunting, and they put it on their wall, and they speculate based on what movies are being made and TV shows, and that's what it is. And I don't think they ever really read these books.
We're probably dying a slow death.
We may need a completely new property that will not be the ones that we grew up with, but it will be a comic. It has to be a comic. That is possible. We need to start thinking. Okay, how do we get people into old superheroes that were created in the 1940s or in the 1960s? It might not even be superheroes. So as long as there's an interest on the art form as a storytelling method, we will get new people. But when they talk about stuff that like Dogman or Raina Telgemeier comics, that can be a way. The thing is, we ourselves we are very insular, and we end up not paying enough attention to creators outside the superhero bubble, or that get distributed in channels where we are not available. So in a certain way, that renewal of readers is already happening. We may just not be aware of it because they're not moving into our properties, or they're not moving into our properties in the way that we want them to.
What's
Well,
selling is
that's
manga.
why I
Okay.
kind of like the
Japanese comic.
Kickstarter stuff, independent, like
Yes.
Horror Mike,
Mhm.
they're and
Alterna
Comic Clip
Comics.
Castle Hills, we're supporting more of the indie guys that got away from all the mainstream
Mhm.
media, including
Say-
Ethan Van Sciver and others.
Oh yes, absolutely. Look, can I get the screen?
Oh yeah,
Roger?
yeah. Let me see.
Now check this out, guys. Now this is brand new. This is September of 2022. Alterna Comics. This is Wolf and Batsy.
Mhm.
Now
Yeah.
it is kind of a horror comedy comic book.
Yeah.
What's the
As
price
you
on
can
it?
see, $2.
It's a $2 book.
It's a $2 book. It's 28 pages.
Did it just come out?
Yep, brand new. Now look at the interior art. Now it's black and white,
Yeah, that's
but
fine.
check out this interior art. Now to
That
me,
is good.
it is fantastic. It is like totally like kind of a stylized 1970s underground comic book look.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah.
If they
It
could
works
get that in
perfectly.
Walmart, it might work. But can he get those books where kids are?
Oh, well, I got to tell you, this is definitely. I would not call this for kids.
Not
Mm.
kid
This is
friendly.
rated.
Sure.
It's mature.
Do they have
Um,
blank variants of that?
do they have? I'm sorry.
Blank covers? They got blank covers?
Not yet, Captain. But I hope they do, because I would jump on this. But
Well,
I guess the thing is, though, guys, is that
Yeah.
those aren't. Hold on.
see, that comic's aimed at people our age or at least 30 years old. And
But I think it can work, and the fact that it's R-rated is not really a problem. But instead of okay, yeah,
could totally
that
be for kids. This is an
Mhm.
all ages comic.
Right.
Legends of Log.
Look at that.
And
That
then-
looks good. Who puts those out? What company?
This is all Alterna Comics. Alternacomics.com. Here's another one. Baron Rat and Cheeseland. There he is. This is a funny animal comic.
is that kid friendly?
Totally kid friendly. As a matter of fact, it's more geared towards kids.
If they could get them into Walmart, if they could get them into the 7-Elevens, maybe something could happen,
Yeah.
especially at that
Yeah.
price point, because kids can afford that.
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
well, I can tell you this. Here's what he's doing, guys. Peter Cimetti runs Alterna Comics, right? And check out this cover. Tell me who this reminds you of. To me, it's totally like Michael Gilbert.
Yeah.
Michael T.
Yeah,
Gilbert.
I see that. I can see that. Yeah.
Okay, so
Look
in any
like
case, and
Captain
this is
Stern,
the
too.
actual Roger. It's another Alterna comic. And so what Peter Cimetti has done, of course, he does the majority of his sales online. He runs Indiegogo campaigns, but he's taken it a step further because he's got these comic books in about 50 shops nationwide, comic book shops. Now, you may think, well, 50 comic shops, that's really not a lot. Let's put it this way. If each comic shop sold one comic a week, 4 comics a month, which is nothing, right? That's 2,000 comic books sold in a year. That is something. That's definitely, a quantifiable reason. He has been seeking out comic book stores that are simply willing to carry Alterna Comics, which a lot of people have not done yet. They haven't bothered, doing that. I don't think he's going to get these into Walmart, but
See,
he
that's the thing.
can
I
get
feel
them into
like-
comic book
I
shops.
felt like an asshole Wednesday night because I went in to the show Wednesday night in a bad mood because of you might know the story, but I went in a bad mood and then felt like I was pouring cold water on everyone saying, no, comics are meant for kids and this will never work. And then it's like it might, but if you take, I just feel like a jerk, because like someone coming in, God doesn't exist, and you're in a church and it's like the asshole that comes in and they're the atheist. But what I'm saying, like an issue of Captain Marvel in 1944 sold millions, right? And but 2000, I mean, maybe it's a start, but you got to get these comics because if you don't get kids interested, it's and kids do buy manga.
Oh wow!
And they do buy manga that is liked, and that's why Marvel is trying to make these comics effeminate because they figure that the manga they have these manga that girls because a lot of girls buy manga and they figure if we can just make all our heroes gay, then all these teenage girls will buy these comics, and it's not working because these comics are aimed at guys.
You know what
might work?
Peter Simeti has taken a stand against woke, so he's constantly attacked.
Yeah.
This guy, the guy that owns Alterna.
Yeah.
And I just want to say one thing. This is like Wolf and Batsy is kind of for mature audiences. There is no nudity in it.
See that,
but it's kind of like scantily clad women. It's kind of
like
gory.
The way she is on the cover. Or does it?
Yeah, the way she is on the cover here.
That's not that bad.
It's not that bad, but it's not like the Baron Rat thing where it's definitely geared more towards kids.
See, if I was in a comic store, I would buy that book and I would buy that log book for $2. But I don't think I'd mail order them.
When I was younger, I knew that something like this might be a bit much for me at age 10. So I was going for this. So, but I knew how to I don't know what the word is, moderate or I knew what I should kind of stay away from. And a lot of the magazines were there in the same little bookstores I was going to. But I was so busy looking for Spider-Man, Fantastic Four, that I didn't have money for Conan. So I knew not to I knew that wasn't for me. I could have easily grabbed it, taken it to the counter. They would have let me have it, I'm sure. But I knew there were some things that I needed to wait. They're a little bit over my head at age 10. So
I was sort of the same way. I would buy the creepy, eerie Vampirella but at 11, 12, and I would realize I was feeling a little guilty, it's because I realized, this is, I don't know. It was just
I think that's kind of a natural path because I did the same thing. I was buying all superhero stuff. Exclusively until I was probably 12. Then I started buying like creepy and eerie and like the horror magazines and stuff like that into my teens and Conan into my teenage years.
But see, I was fascinated with the monster magazines from like 6 or 7. My mom would moderate, I'd have to bring it up to my mom and she'd flip through it and decide whether it's something I could buy. And I remember she let me buy Monsters Unleashed #2, but usually Famous Monsters she wouldn't let me buy. I'd have to do the same thing with Mad Magazine. I felt guilty with some Mad magazines when I was a kid reading because sometimes there'd be nudity in there, and because you just because you also pick up the Jack Chick tracks and you realize if you even think of a woman with lust, it's like, and then I'm looking at Vampirella, it's like, oh shit.
Yeah, there's no way my mom would let me buy Vampirella at the age of 10.
My mom
an issue.
I used to read Milo Manara books at the supermarket.
Yeah, right. Get your supermarket reading in. Yes.
I used to go to the corner drugstore and read the Playboys and look at the pictures, man. I had to hide it, so nobody would, see me doing it. But
and if the supermarket employees saw me reading it, they would be less worried about the fact that I was reading a comic with tits on the cover than that it was. Hey, this ain't no library. You're gonna buy that? And if I tried to buy it, they would sell it to me.
Ever.
Yeah, but if I tried to buy a Milo Manara book at 12, they would sell it to me. There wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, now I saw this comment from Christopher Schneider. Let's see. Well, I think it was above that, but he says Alterna comics are sold at convenience stores on the East Coast.
Oh, that's cool. That's what they need to do.
That is totally awesome. If he can get them into that market, man, you know, I mean,
that's what has to be done, because comics, as I know them, were available to me as a kid, and the monster magazines were all there where I could see them. If they were only at a comic book store, the closest comic book store to where I'm living is like an hour and a half drive. So the kids growing up here are never going to see a comic book. Maybe they might see one at a garage sale.
How about bilingual comic books in Spanish? You know, where there's large Spanish populations out west. You can make comic books, you know, and publish them in Spanish and English. I don't know why Marvel and DC doesn't do that. If they see that there is a large Hispanic population somewhere, and there's a lot of kids, why not?
Bilingual comics are a bit expensive to distribute because they, even though because you have to double the cost of production, even if it's the same script and artwork.
Well,
there is a bit of a hassle there. However, the thing is that we do get we get a great influx of comics from Mexico, for example, here. I mean, you can get them
on Florida,
really all over the place. You have along this, like California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas. They're coming in, you know, and a lot of these are, of course, simply the Spanish language versions of popular comics, you know. So there is a distribution model there for other countries.
Sure.
But not for the U.S.
Yeah, what you could do is distribute in the U.S. a Spanish language edition. But if you try to do bilingual, you're creating an extra cost without any guarantee that it's gonna sell.
No,
so might as well do
that. No, that's what I meant. You know, creating two different.
Spanish edition sold in the same places. Yeah, that could work.
Yeah,
it really isn't just comics. It's reading, period. No one reads anymore. Not just comics, but the magazine section has shrunken down. There's no magazine section now in the supermarket. It's just a few magazines at the checkout counter, and most of them are really like little books, you know, about someone that's died recently, or you know, there's no magazine.
Well, Barnes and Noble.
You gotta go to Barnes and Noble.
They still got the magazine land.
Yeah, they got that.
That's like the last vestige of it.
That's it.
Where else can you find an actual magazine? Barnes and Noble. I went in there. I didn't realize that many magazines were still printed.
Oh yeah, and Justin says he says I love Legends of Log, which is alternate. Really looking forward to King Cryptid, which is another alternate comic book that's kind of new. And Last Avenger 85 says Alterna still using newsprint. They're using from my understanding, maybe Paulo knows this, newsprint is no longer used. I mean,
it doesn't exist anymore.
Right. It doesn't exist anymore technically, right?
Yeah, so that's the closest available. That's the next closest available that you can use for a magazine that has staples.
Because but the paper itself, Paulo, it's not. It's just like untreated, right?
It's just untreated. Yeah, even newspapers nowadays, they have much better paper than they had 30 years ago.
Yes, totally. So that's what Alterna is using, and it is cheaper. And so that's how they sell these comic books for $2. But if you go online, you can go in, buy this for $2, or you can make a selection, and it says buy a very fine condition copy of this for $1.50.
Why do they have copies that aren't in good shape?
Because of like when they get them shipped, you get like slightly nicked or and then they sell those at very fine for $1.50.
The people that are publishing Carmilla, though, they're using newsprint.
Well, it's newsprint simulated, or it's
simulated.
Yes. It's
that's why they were able to sell it, for like $5.99 instead of something like this for $9 to $10.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Buying a magazine is at least $10, $11, $12. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but even when paper was a bit cheaper, I've always found that magazines magazines sold in the United States in the American market were always 2 or 3 times more expensive than a similar magazine sold in any European country. A magazine would be $10 in the US when it would be €5 or €6 in France, for example.
Yeah, what do you guys think of this?
Oh, wow. Look at that. Wow. Where did you get that, man? Now, that's one of the best covers I've seen in a long time. Oh,
Yeah.
wait a second. That's my cover. Captain Strangelove, he ended up buying 3 of the original homage covers that I did for Vampires comic book. And
I gotta get something from Gratu now. I gotta find a blank cover, some horror cover.
Oh
that he
yeah,
can do.
sure. I no problem.
Yeah, the thing about the blank covers, you've got, like, of course, Vampires is the only one that's pre-code, and of course I'm into that. But you've got, of course, as you know, variety. Like there's Vampirella, there's Conan, you've got Jungle Comics, Planet Comics even has got a blank variant.
Creepshow got any white covers?
Creepshow? I don't know. Who publishes Creepshow?
That's Image, I think, isn't it? I think
Image. I can find out real quick.
No, it's Image.
But all
Image
those books,
Comics.
all those books you just mentioned that have blank covers, like Jumbo Planet,
Stuff of Nightmares.
What did you say, Vampirella and
Vampirella, Conan.
The only good thing about those books are the covers. The interior art is shit. So you're buying the book with a blank cover. There's nothing good about it. And you can draw your own cover, and inside it's still garbage.
Yes, that's why the Vampires, that a comic book that Captain Strangelove has got, that I did that cover of, is so great. Because it's all pre-code horror stories from the 1950s.
I know. I got the first issue of Vampires, but then I moved and I couldn't get
bad.
What is it?
Horror comic. I don't think this has got a great cover. I don't think.
Oh, I've never seen Creepshow. Remember, I can't get into a comic store anymore.
Creepshow.
People say that's okay. I heard that it's somewhat okay.
Image Comics.
I think it is. Yeah. So. And then I don't know about this. I like the covers on these, the Stuff of Nightmares, R.L. Stine. I was reluctant at first, but then I seen some of the art's okay, but I think you're mostly right.
To me, R.L. Stine is like Ronald McDonald. I mean, I don't know if you wrote all those books,
he is.
But to me, it's like the McDonald's of horror fiction.
But I kind of like the cover, and I thought if I get a white cover or a blank variant cover, then maybe I can have somebody draw something decent on it.
What I want to do with a blank cover, and I didn't do this with Gotham City Comics because that wouldn't do that to him. But if I left to my own devices, if I wound up with a blank cover in my collection, it would be turned into a Tijuana Bible with like unbelievable perversion. I just draw, everybody. It would just be. Just because I think it would be funny. If I'm going to draw a cover on, it's like when I used to record Sesame Street off television with the VHS, and then I would get a microphone and redub all the Muppets into saying just the most horrible things. To me, that's funny to do, but I wouldn't do that if you guys sent me your blank cover, unless you wanted an X-rated cover on Doctor Strange. I could oblige. I don't know. I hate the whole industry, man. I don't like the idea of blank covers or variant covers. I don't like the speculating.
I don't like that either.
What I am interested in now, I can't get them, are these reprint comics, because I saw that Tomb of Dracula #1's been reprinted. I'd like to get that, but I got to spend half a tank of gas to get it, and I just gassed up, and it was like $70, man. I need to be careful with my money.
Yeah.
And then I got the detective comics, but now they have Action Comics #1. They keep every week they reprint one or two. I guess that they've run out of new ideas.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I just checked on the Creep Show. They don't have a blank variant.
Maybe I could just instead of just buying a blank. I mean, I like the title there. I like these the stories in these. I've read it.
Yeah, it is. It's good. You know, it's actually it's one of those things where
This
at
one's
least
garbage. That's kind of garbage. I like the cover, but the interior is like Gratu said, it's garbage. But
the old
there's always
bait and switch.
There's always a backer board that you can draw in.
That's true.
Yeah. You could I could create my whole cover of an imaginary comic with that. It was like the disappointment. The comics today, it's far worse than the disappointment of a Charlton or Gold Key comic from the cover to the inside.
Absolutely.
Because a lot of times the cover art inside Gold Key and Charlton was actually good inside, but it's these new books, like, or I hate the variant covers. They hire the strippers, they just Red Sonja, Vampirella, whatever. That Draculina comic looked like the interior art wasn't as bad as all the others, but I don't know. Graphic Man says it's a tie game.
It's a tie game.
The golden issue of Eerie Comics is probably not spelling his name right. What was that?
Nosferatu. Yeah, you're not. It's not Nosferatu. Right. It's Nosferatu.
Yeah, but the golden issue of Eerie Comics. You're talking about the first Eerie Comics from the Golden Age? That's the original first horror comic. That not related to Eerie or the Warren Eerie. Is that what he's talking about?
Golden issue.
Not spelling his name right, but was that Eerie Comics? I wonder if that was Nosferatu. It looked kind of like Nosferatu on the cover of
Nosferatu. Who's that? You mean Nosferatu?
He's talking about the 1948 Avon Eerie
Some people say it's the first horror comic, not Eerie Warren.
Nosferatu. I think he means Nosferatu. Doesn't he? Isn't he talking about the vampire?
Wait, I pronounce Nosferatu, but you're of German descent, so you're probably pronouncing it right. How do you pronounce it, Captain?
No, but I mean the way he spelled it, Nosfer.
Oh no, he said I know I'm not spelling it right. He's
talking about and that's the cover where the guy is coming down the stairwell.
Right, that's what he's talking. Okay,
and he kind of looks like Nosferatu.
It probably was inspired by Nosferatu because the guys drawing that in the 40s probably saw that movie when they were kids. Yeah, that's part of the public. Popular consciousness.
That was a great movie. I like that film.
Yeah, that is a great. Actually, both versions. I even like the Klaus Kinski version.
I never saw that, but it's good. It's interesting.
It's good. Klaus Kinski, man.
Yeah, that's all right, Michael. I figured it out. I was an ex-school teacher, so I can figure out spelling. I had a student that asked me how to spell FBI. It's like,
yeah.
Actually, or did he misspell it? I can't remember.
Yeah, there's
my own story, but
Mont Comics just said
misspell an acronym, man.
He doesn't. Gratu doesn't like acronyms, man. So you can't say NATO. You got to say the whole word.
No, that's okay.
That's okay.
I don't like the ones when people say, my LCS, and I got this book for my PC. It's like,
right? Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't know why they use acronyms for every.
They're trying to
they're becoming too lazy to pronounce the whole word.
Well, they don't want to type it out because they don't want to read. Also, which just brings us right back to the circular argument: as people become lazier and lazier, they're not going to read,
and they get dumbed down. We're getting a country of people that are being dumbed down.
Yeah, and it's not really necessarily their fault. It's the fault of the schools. It's all intentional.
Well, yes.
If you want a smart population that's capable of understanding that they're trying to thin the herd, that what they're doing to us. I mean,
that's exactly.
Or you can you look at the news and start wondering, are we the good guys or are we the bad guys? There's some meme, some German soldiers saying, are we the baddies? We've got like a skull and crossbone on our head. Or I wonder if we're the bad guys. Shit.
Yeah.
It's like we're starting to wonder who's on the right side, because this president we've got, man.
Say, Gratu, yeah, Mont Comics says, I got a nice facsimile of that eerie Nosferatu book. And that one, I think I've got the same one, Mont Comics. I got a replica. I think I bought it on eBay, and it's pretty, it's very well done. Of course, it's like $10 or something.
Yeah, he's asking you collect horror movies too?
Yeah, he doesn't just collect them, he makes them.
Yeah, he that's right, he does.
And then every week he's recommending ones you can get free on television.
Yeah.
So he's a big advocate of horror movies.
Horror, Mike, do you collect horror movies too?
That's what I was just answering. You're saying you make them too.
Yeah, like this one.
There it is. He's got Witch Tales. Hey, say, Captain, have you gotten around to watching it yet?
I did. I watched it. I like the first one the best because
the one with the rats.
Yeah, that was great. That was great. The other ones were good too, but the first, it's an anthology of 3 tales. The first one was the best, in my opinion.
Do you credit?
Well, a lot of people kind of like that one because it's
this one I haven't seen yet.
Okay, yeah, that's basically Horror Anthology Movie Volume 1. And it's in English. It just has optional Spanish subtitles.
Yeah.
Do you mention the name of the comic that the stories come from?
Yes. It's Chamber of Chills. I mean, it's in the movie, but
I need to get these movies.
And this one, you mean, right?
No, on the Witch Tales is the pre-code stories, which is one of them. The one with the rats is Cycle of Horror, which is from Chamber of Chills number 16.
I didn't was that on a special feature or something? Because I didn't see that.
It's in the lead credits when you're watching the movie. It says written by Al Ide. From Cycle of Horror.
All right, I probably didn't pay attention.
I mean, from Chamber of Chills. Sorry.
Did you guys see the Glenn Danzig made an anthology horror film based on those Verotica comics, Verotica, whatever? You ever see that?
Yeah. Well, that'd be.
It's unbelievable. It's like he's the new Ed Wood.
It'd have to be pornographic.
You mean he made a movie?
It's all a bunch of topless goth girls.
Whoa! It's called Verotica.
Yeah, there's Glenn. It came out a couple years ago. Yeah, it's
I don't know, man.
What did you think of it, Gratu?
Well, I watched it, but everyone that was watching it with me said, "I can't believe you bought this." I bought it. I kind of knew it was going to be bad. I mean, it's like when Rob Zombie tries to make the Munsters. It's just shit.
Oh shit, man! I spent like half of the afternoon watching. The other day, watching 2 horrible movies in a row. The first one was what was his name now? Morbius, the vampire. Yeah. That was overly long, and they spent too much time trying to develop characters. It was just terrible. And then when they came in with the action, guys in the subway throwing each other around. How many times have I seen that in vampire movies?
Yeah,
it was just bad. And then the Munsters. The first half of the Munsters, though, about the first half hour, I actually liked it because I put it into perspective that he was aiming it, towards a more general and kid-friendly audience. So, and I love the colors in that movie and the photography, the sets that they had. I loved all that stuff. But
I will say the set of Frankenstein's laboratory with those lights that went around, that must be an existing building over there in Prague or something. That was pretty spectacular. Some of the sets, and he was trying to get the Basil Gogos lighting on people. It's just that there wasn't a single joke that worked.
No, and I think that his wife, who played the part of Lily Munster, she was overacting it, trying to be too much between characters of Carolyn Jones and Yvonne DiCarlo. She was trying to act like forcing herself to be them.
That was bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't like that too much. And then,
They're the humor was just like, they open a coffin and the Igor says it's empty, and then the Dr. Frankenstein says, "You think?" And then we're supposed
I
to,
know.
maybe if he put a laugh track on there, we'd know we're supposed to laugh, but there
Yeah,
was
right.
anything funny in it.
There was no.
And
I
then,
know.
and then there's like it was awful.
Yeah, it was pretty bad, but I did like the colors, and I liked the photography and the sets that they put together. That's the only saving grace for me, man. The acting was just really kind
Oh
of.
yeah, he built the whole exterior of the house perfectly, and you see it for about 20 seconds at the end. But it's just idiotic. Just leave stuff alone, man.
And then sometimes the guy that played Grandpa, I forgot what it. There were times
He
when
was
he sounded
good.
all. Yeah, there were times when he sounded almost exactly like Al Lewis, but
Right, but I didn't like the
only a
curly
few.
mustache and the hair that goes up. It was
Yeah, that didn't look like
overdone.
him at all. That didn't look like
And
him at all.
then all this, yeah, and then they take a joke from the original show where he's just casually reading Play Ghoul. And then they have to, okay, let's show the centerfold. And then Igor says, oh, well, she looks, and it's like, okay, you're beating the joke to death. Just briefly show that he's looking at a vampire version of Playboy. You don't have to, he's clearly someone that doesn't have a sense of humor. And that's the worst type of person in the
A
world.
really bad sense of humor, I think.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, they were kind of dry. Everything was kind of, those jokes were kind of dry.
It's pothead humor. It's someone that's just like us that collected all the same stuff, that's into all the same stuff, and smokes a little bit too much, and all the creativity swirls down the toilet. That's why Paul McCartney couldn't write anything good after like 1970. Maybe Live and Let Die or something, but it's just like it does something to your brain. In my opinion.
Yeah.
Maybe it was all those years of doing drugs and smoking weed.
What I'm saying, that's what happened because Rob Zombie should. Well, you can appreciate all the stuff we love, but if you don't have that sense of humor, those are dangerous people. People without a sense of humor that are scary people. A lot of times they turn into serial killers, but and then they get angry when they don't get the joke. They pretend to laugh, but secretly they're angry at you. And
did you ever hear anything funny come out of
the last few days?
Did you ever hear anything funny come out of Biden? I mean,
unintentionally. He
Yeah.
tries to make jokes about Indians and 7-Elevens, but then it's like he's just exposing his racism.
Yeah.
But the things that are funny is when he talks about FDR coming on television for his fireside chats. That kind of stuff is funny. He has no sense of humor. What he is a high school bully that got into politics.
Yeah, he was. I guess I read that somewhere where he was kind of a bully, or did I read, or did he admit that or something?
Well, he's a football player in high school in the 1950s, and he was one of those guys that always, in the juvenile delinquent movies, he was one of the jocks that always wanted to fight the leather jacketed guys. But anyway, he was just an asshole football jock. And that's why he would always say stuff. I'd like to take Trump behind the gym and beat him up. And he's said that multiple times. And that's the mentality that he has. And he still talks like a jock. But come on, man. He thinks he still talks like what a cool guy thinks they should act like in 1957. Come on, man, I thought you liked me as I grabbed to my intern. And all
too. Did you see the comment by Glinser? He says Rob Zombie's wife went to Mighty Morphin Power Ranger acting school.
Oh yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah, well, plus she's not attractive.
Well,
And
she
she's
well, she
also
was
about.
really attractive in House of a Thousand Corpses. I'll tell you.
I
Back in the
didn't give
day,
that movie a
Yeah, that
chance.
I saw that. She was.
yeah,
Yeah,
she was
yeah,
hot, man.
yeah,
She
she
was
But
she
was.
was pretty
she
hot.
was not hot on the scale of Yvonne DiCarlo or
Oh
Carolyn
well,
No.
Jones. She's
yeah, but who
trailer park
is?
hot.
Who is? I
She's
mean, come
hot
on.
as in the stripper in the club on the outskirts of town. Hot.
Yeah, if you put actresses up against Yvonne DiCarlo or who
Julie
was
Newmar.
That's who
Carol?
she's
Yeah,
playing.
who was who played Morticia?
Carolyn Jones.
Yeah,
Carolyn
Carolyn
Jones.
Jones.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of unfair because they were both like, people to this day think that they were some of the most beautiful actresses that ever
True, but they
were,
also had
graced
To
the
personalities.
me, they
screen.
were. To me, they
And
were.
they were. It's a fact.
Okay,
And
but he could have
I
gotten.
love Julie Newmar because she was the kind of an actress that didn't have to show her half her tits or her breasts, and
Yeah.
she just had a natural way of being sexy
Right.
without
There-
being deliberately sexy. And Yvonne
Right.
DiCarlo was the same thing.
There's a ton of women out there that Rob Zombie could have chosen, but he has to go with his wife.
Yeah.
And she's also about 10 or 12 years older than Yvonne DiCarlo was in 1964. And Yvonne DiCarlo was already over the hill as Hollywood standards. She was still beautiful, but his wife is, I think,
Yeah.
my age. She's probably in her early 50s. I'm 57.
She's got to be like, I would say like 50-ish.
Rob
And the
Zombie's,
thing
I
is
think,
that,
right at my age. Because
right.
that's why he grew up with all the same stuff, famous monsters, everything.
Yeah, House of a Thousand Corpses was like 20 years ago. I mean, she was totally,
Oh, okay. Well,
totally different.
I
Totally
don't know
different.
why I didn't give House of a Thousand Corpses a chance. Was the first 10 minutes like really bad or something?
No,
Or was
it's
it
great.
like,
They go to the gas station and it's Sid Haig, the chicken guy, and it's hilarious, man. I
there's,
love that.
I'm sorry, what are you showing there? Gorgon lobby card?
Yeah.
Ooh, the Gorgon, yes.
Yeah,
Look
that's
at
a great
that.
movie.
Look at the colors on that.
Now, Horror Mike, there's a
Man.
new horror movie coming out, and I forget what it's called, and it's part 2 of something about a clown, and they're really publicizing this in the media, saying that people are vomiting and passing out and talking about it like it's worse than The Exorcist. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I know you're talking about Terrifier.
Terrifier.
Yeah.
Is this just because today's audiences are a bunch of sissies, or you think it's really a genuinely fucked up movie?
Oh well, the first one was genuinely fucked up. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think they're just gonna get more gory, and extreme. It's like, look, it's kind of like torture porn, is what it is.
Okay. Like
There
they
we
were
go.
doing about 10 years ago. Oh, those are
Those
reproductions,
are nice,
I assume,
Captain.
right?
I love that Gorgon. The
Yeah.
colors on that Gorgon is
That
They are
man would be-
reproductions.
great reproduction on that.
They are. That's
God.
lobby loft posters, man. He does
Yeah, and you see that's one thing that I love about those in that period of time is if you look at that Gorgon lobby card, the colors are all separated. It's like, okay, a part of the image is yellow, part of it's red, part of it's blue, and they
Right.
would do those in the overall the image would just totally pop, even though it was very, I don't know how you'd say it, primitive. Like a color was assigned to each thing, each image on the lobby
Each
card.
section
right?
of the image, you mean?
The pardon?
The color was assigned to like a different section of the image.
Of the image, right? Like
Right.
the Gorgon would get something, a color. The people would have another color, and it was all.
Yeah.
And I love that. You see that?
Yeah.
Like it's the woman's blue.
Yeah. Okay. I see what you
Gorgon,
mean. Yeah,
green,
they're all
red.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
And
But what I
it-
like about these is that
Yeah, it totally
kind of
works.
collecting all the movies that had Medusa in it.
Oh, I see.
Clash of the Titans.
Clash of the
Gorgon,
Titans. Yeah.
And then this was a great film with Tony Randall, The Seven Faces of Dr.
Oh,
Lowe.
Oh, yes.
yeah.
Dr. Lowe.
Yeah, the animation in that
Yeah.
film is just stunning.
And this
Really.
is just beautiful.
I think that's Dave Allen, isn't it? Brought to the Seven Faces of Dr. Lau.
I think so. That's Lee
Yeah.
Merriweather, by the way, Michael.
Dave Allen.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. That Man Bear Pig is saying. Yeah, that's exactly the first Terrifier film I thought was brutal.
I'm
And I'm sure they're trying to they're going to outdo that, so you can just expect more of the same.
I heard of that movie. I haven't seen it. I don't even know what it's about. What is this movie about anyway?
Well, it's about
Terrifier.
this creepy clown type character that goes around. I mean, basically, he's just killing people in horrible ways, and I mean, there's more to it than that, but that's the gist of it.
So it's just kind of a slasher film.
It's kind of a slasher film a bit, you know. I mean, it's gory, it's violent, it's kind of weird. It is kind of weird. The clown and the actor, I would have to say he's very good because the makeup is great. He looks almost skeletal, and he looks he's got a little hat on his head, you know, type of thing. And I don't think he actually speaks at all during the film. People see him, they notice him, and he's just sitting there and he's like waving to them and stuff.
A little hat on
the
the head.
older I get, I realize
Hat on his head.
This
A
is
little
just
hat?
pornography.
Yeah,
A little
little
tiny hat.
Yeah.
I've always
Kind of
been
like
a
what's that with Rob Zombie? I think it was another. Rob
Sid
Zombie
Haig.
movie.
Sid Haig did the same thing. Sid
Sid
Haig.
Haig and
Yeah.
The Devil's Rejects, I think.
Yeah, and also House of a Thousand
But
Corpses.
Rob Zombie
Right.
does the similar kind of cinema where it's just torture kind of porn, right? Even though he's got people we love from
not as
old movies.
extreme. Yeah, not this Terrifier film is more
I've
extreme.
never liked the real seedy torture. I've always so here's what I like gore. If it's a zombie movie, if it's a movie with an alien, I'm all in. But if it's a slasher movie, something that's no different from real life. So I like Halloween was this slasher movie, but I loved it. It was a great movie. And it was like, is he supernatural? Is he supposed to be the boogeyman? Of course, Rob Zombie ruins that. Well, here's his secret origin. He was just a kid picked on. Fuck that.
Yeah.
So I don't like slasher movies. So I've never liked the Friday the 13th movies because he's just
I did love the first one, the first Friday the 13th film, 1980, simply because it was Tom Savini doing the special effects.
Well, the special I love his work, but I just
his
didn't
work
like the
is
movie.
just great.
Most
And
of
I
his work
saw
was
it in
cut
a
out.
theater. I saw it in a theater in downtown Los Angeles with a very much mixed race crowd, and it was almost a riot in the damn theater because people were just freaking the hell out.
I just like monster movies, and I like if it's an alien, if it's supernatural, that's fine. But I don't like seeing things that are replicated in real life. Although I love the Boris Karloff movie Targets. That's like showing the real life horror with the sniper in the drive-in theater, and that's I don't mind that, but I don't think a movie that exists with a bunch of bad teenage actors and you just watch each one be killed one after the other. To me, that's
I don't like that either because it gets stressful. I watch that stuff and I get stressed on watching things like that. You know?
I love Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You might call it but that was a movie made with art. You know, when he went over the top with the sequel, it's like that's not as fun. You just you pushed it too far. You know.
Yeah. The only one is the original.
I just remember the campaign. I was thinking about Terrifier 2, how they're trying to bill it as this horrifying experience, worst thing you've ever seen in your life. I remember when Evil Dead was about to come out, and Stephen King was the one that made that what it was by writing a review that it's just like this greatest film that he's seen in decades, or I don't remember what he wrote, but they put that on the newspaper ad, and everyone went to see it, and that was a very grim movie with a little bit of a sense of humor. And then, of course, in the sequel, he allows his sense of humor to come out, and that was okay. I didn't mind, but it's just a matter because he really has a sense of humor. He knows what's funny. Rob Zombie doesn't. I just, I don't. I love like Ricky-O, the story of Ricky, the Japanese movie with the guy in the prison and they're like crushing people's heads and stuff.
Sure.
If
Well, it's like cartoon gore.
Ultra gore, I love it. I love Sam Peckinpah, all that, Wild Bunch. But I just don't like these movies where someone slashes one person after the other.
Gratu, have you seen, or any of you guys, have you seen Tokyo Gore Police?
I don't
think. Is that ringing a bell? It's like
it rings a bell to me. I don't think that I've seen that, but
20 years ago, Japanese film, kind of like Ricky-O, where it's just ridiculous. It's kind of like comic book gore, violence.
Yeah, there were a whole bunch of Japanese movies there for a while that had extreme gore, and I don't think I'm not sure if I saw Tokyo Gore Police, but
it's on Tubi. Just to let you know,
Tubi doesn't edit movies.
Nope.
And everything's widescreen, so the only thing you're having to deal with is commercials.
Yeah, you got to.
Yeah, well, I guess everything's widescreen. I mean, unless it's letterboxed. I mean, they may present some films in
letterboxed is fine as long as you see the whole image.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, I can deal with a few commercials if it's not edited.
Mont Comics is. I've seen Tokyo Gore Police. It's insane. Yes, it is insane. Mont Comics.
Yeah, I should go through
Itchy the Killer too. John Goris. That's a good one.
I should do an episode where I go through all my DVD and Blu-ray collection, I guess, and talk about the movies and stuff.
Itchy the Killer. That was another one back. Actually, that predates Tokyo Gore Police.
Yeah, I did see that one.
Pretty brutal film.
That one was one without a sense of humor, though. I believe my friend put that on. That wasn't something I liked. If I'm not mistaken, that's not the type gore as in the story of Ricky, right?
No. This
Japan,
is like
they would make movies that were
violence and stuff.
There were movies in Japan that pretty much were made to look like real murders. It's like they were like S films.
Yeah, but then again, I love a lot of the 1970s, 80s giallo Italian films that are you might call them slasher films, but they're so well done. Like the Argento.
Yeah.
The who's the other? Oh, there's several guys that were making these really like arty giallo films that were really quite good. I mean, some of them are kind of boring because it kind of you can only do kill scenes in so many ways, I guess. But
another thing I don't like is the Hellraiser movies. I'm not into that shit either.
Yeah, I like the first one a lot.
Well, did I tell you the story about Hellraiser? My friend Tom and I. Did I tell you that story? Because I tell it a lot.
I don't think I've heard it.
Hellraiser had a screening about 6 months before it came out in Fort Worth. And my friend Tom Ranoni and I were big horror fans. He later went off and worked with, it was the special effects coordinator and Bride of Reanimator and all these Stuart Gordon movies and all. He made those videos that caused the stream to be taken down the other week. Anyway, we went to see Hellraiser, and we recognized so what Clive Barker's doing is trying to make it look like an Italian horror film. We knew exactly what he was doing and everything, and Tom was not liking that movie. And this was an early preview showing, so when you get out of the theater, they want you to fill out a card, and tell what you liked about the movie, what you didn't like, and then as you left, you'd hand it to someone in the lobby that was there from the movie studio, and then they would look at it and see if they need to re-edit the movie or whether everyone hated it or everyone loved it. Mm-hmm. So my friend Tom just a giant print. He didn't answer the questions. He just put, "Give it up, Clive." And as we walked out, we handed it to this guy in the lobby, and that's about it. And then as the years go by, as I look at the back of the Books of Blood, the Clive Barker books and everything, I realize that freaking guy in the lobby was Clive Barker. He had
He
right
was?
to his face, and he was immediately reading them. And that's one of the signs that it was the director. He was so much invested in his first film. He was there. He didn't want the studio to tell him how the audience reacted. He was probably in the back watching us and looking at each card as he got it. It was very, and it's just like, give it up, Clive. He just handed it right to him. And the ironic thing is, once my friend went to Hollywood, he worked on Clive Barker movies. Some, I forget which one or two, and he became friends with Clive Barker. But I don't think Clive Barker ever knew that was the guy that handed him that "Give It Up, Clive" card. But I don't know. I'm just not into the torture shit and pins and faces and people. And even though that was fantasy, it was also
that was a more like a horror fantasy.
The thing about this demonic shit is, I don't know. A lot of people are atheist or agnostic. I tend to want to believe that God is real, and I don't want to immerse myself. I read hot stuff, and I'll read Son of Satan and all of these. I don't really want to just bask in the gore and the Satan shit too much. Even though I love horror, I can't really explain what I'm trying to say. I've got it's like Graphic Man. Graphic Man is written. I don't know if you know this. He's written all these scholarly books about the Bible. He knows more about the Bible than the average preacher. He's very, very religious, but he loves pre-code horror, and it's like, okay, they can both exist in the same person, but I can't get into this slasher stuff. I mean, to me, it's like, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't mean to insult Man Bear Pig or people like that love that.
I've got a quick question. Remember a few days ago when we were arguing about The Exorcist and the party sequence with the astronaut?
Oh, you were arguing with Gold Key Geezer, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so you guys in The Exorcist, there's the party sequence.
Yeah.
Where Father Dyer is playing the piano, and he's talking about if he'd be in heaven, he'd be headlining a show and doing all this stuff. And during that sequence, there's just a snippet of conversation with this guy who's an astronaut.
Yeah.
And so the astronaut's standing there looking at Father Dyer like everybody else is while he's playing the piano.
Uh-huh.
And that's when Reagan comes downstairs, and she looks apparently at the astronaut, and she says, "You're going to die up there." And then she urinates on the carpet.
Yeah, that's how I interpreted it. That she was talking to the astronaut.
Right? Okay, right. So my original interpretation of that was that she was actually looking at Burke, who was later to die upstairs with his neck broken, but I was wrong.
So you went back and
I watched it, and she really does seem to be looking at the astronaut. Okay.
Well, we looked that up the other live stream we did the other day, and other people it's not really. That's how I interpreted it, but other people said they interpreted it your way.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Yeah, the reason why I interpreted it like that is because that would make sense. It makes utterly no sense whatsoever that she would look at the astronaut and say, "You're going to die up there," when A, he doesn't die in space in the film. That is one film. If he doesn't die in space, what is the point of her doing that? It is the classic, what we call a MacGuffin. It is a MacGuffin.
What it is it's
a MacGuffin.
Satan fucking with people's minds. It's like the father of liars.
But it has
intimidating and scary.
You know what I think? You know the way I interpreted that? When she said you're going to die up there, she meant heaven. Heaven is fucking hell. You're going to die up there. Don't bother with heaven because you're going to die up there.
Okay. Here's the thing.
You're getting real philosophical about it. I just thought she meant when you go up in that capsule, you're going to die because I'm Satan and I know it.
Yeah, the problem with that is that he doesn't, nothing happens after that. She says that, the scene ends.
Okay,
remember?
Right.
And there's no emotional investment at all with
Yeah,
the
because she means
astronaut.
that
trying to show
everybody
is this
that believes
innocent.
in God and heaven shouldn't believe in it because they're going to die up there.
It's a MacGuffin. It
No,
You
it
don't want to
means
go up there. You
something
want to
to
go
the
down there.
character. It means something to the character at the time, but it has nothing to do at all with the plot of the film.
no, what it has to do is with Reagan, the little girl who is this innocent little girl that's telling this guy and totally fucking up this happy party that he's going to die when he goes up into space. And what it's showing is that she is being infested by evil. That's not something a typical 11-year-old, whatever old she's supposed to be, girl would say. You know,
Yeah,
they're trying,
okay, I
they're
agree with
establishing
that, Gratu, but
her
here's the
character
problem.
and
He's
the
only in the
generation.
film for a minute talking about, we only discover he's an astronaut. Then that scene happens where she says, you're going to die up there.
Yeah.
And there's absolutely no impact. When I watched that film, when I just watched it again, that scene, I was like, who cares? The guy
Well,
never
no, to
reappears in
me,
the
it came
film.
across as creepy as hell. That she's
Here's
telling
how it would
someone,
have been really great. This is how it would have been awesome. If during later in the film, as things are progressing, somebody has the TV on or the radio or whatever, and you hear, yes, the Apollo 16 capsule is disintegrated in space, blah, blah. You know, you hear
that
something
would be
that would
Satan
have,
telling the truth, and that's
right.
not. Satan is supposed to lie and say, "Yes, the world's
Well,
going to be over in 12 years because of this horrible global warming."
yeah, but here's
Yes,
the problem.
this virus came from evil people eating bats. It wasn't created by people that want you dead.
Right,
No.
but then it would have been better if after she said that and Ellen Burstyn goes up and she's like, "Oh God, I'm sorry," you know, she peed on the carpet. That the guy would have been like, "What does she mean? I'm going to die?" You know, there is absolutely nothing that happens. There's no emotional investment whatsoever
Well,
with that character. It's a complete MacGuffin.
yeah, I think it was
It
just
just
there to show that this girl is seriously mentally fucked up at this point. And then you're going from like, what is her issue? She's like, you know, she need to see a psychiatrist, and then you're getting to the point where no, this girl is like evil to the point where maybe she needs a priest because it's getting past the point of when you're. That's how
yeah,
I interpreted
yeah.
it.
I just there's no like in the theater, Gratsu, when you
Yeah.
first watched it or as you recall it.
Yeah.
Were you thinking, "Oh my God, she's just really screwing around with that astronaut"?
Yeah,
I
that's
never
how
thought that
but in
for a
the worst
second.
way because you don't say that. And plus, he's like people that are astronauts are the in our culture, in our society.
Yeah.
Astronauts are like priests. They're the ultimate heroes. They're and when you say that to someone like that, is supposed if she was talking to a priest or one of the movie stars hanging around in that an
Right.
astronaut is
I
pure
totally
virtue. It's
understand that.
like J.
The
Jonah
problem
Jameson is
is
an asshole,
yeah,
but he's got an astronaut son and he's proud of that. That's because the astronauts are the guys with the crew cuts, the heroes that people play with little toys about. When the moon landing had just happened like 4 years before. The
sure, but there's
astronauts are
just no
the all American, and you say you're going to die up there, and people had died, in space, and then
sure.
with
Yeah,
NASA
but there
stuff.
was just no emotional impact at all to her saying that. I mean, there was nothing.
It was the emotional
It was
impact was
just
supposed to be you, the audience
a,
member, realizing this girl's effed up.
a lack of drama is what I mean. It was something where if it was a point, if it pointed to something that was going to happen later in the film, it would have made total sense. As it was a total MacGuffin. You
Yeah,
know,
it could
I mean
be, but
it.
she had to say
I
it to somebody.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird the way that I mean, if you go, you can actually see that scene on YouTube. Somebody actually
Yeah.
chopped it.
Yeah, but if I
Uh,
put it in this stream, I wouldn't be able.
I know.
It's
We're not
weird
going to
how
show it. We're not going
like
to
the
show it.
stuff I played the other day was off YouTube, and yet it kept me from having the stream up. But but it was all from YouTube. So what's the deal? I don't know. It's just just a matter of how you take it. I think it wasn't supposed to be the truth. I don't know that the guy was going to die up there. It's just someone It's just like when she says your mother sucks cocks in hell. Is his mother really in hell, or is his mother in heaven? But it's there to psych him out.
Well,
Because the devil does not tell the truth. He's never supposed to have been. Oh, I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm Nostradamus here on the stairs. He's just,
yeah,
they
yeah.
lie to you
I
to
thought it
fuck
was
up
a
how you
total.
think.
I
And
thought it
maybe
was
if
a
he
total
tells you
miss.
that you're going to die, then you will screw up because you'll be psyched out.
Yeah.
That's
The thing is
how the
that
devil's
film,
supposed to.
every point in that film, the thing that makes that film so great
Yeah.
is that everything, all the scenes lead to something. It is so masterfully written and directed that it really is almost the ideal perfect film. And
Well,
what really surprises me about that scene is that it just kind of lands a dud where I'm like,
well,
yeah, okay,
you can't
you're
bat
gonna
a
die
thousand.
up there, and yeah, whatever. And then there's just no response. I get the idea that maybe that scene was cut for time, and that maybe there was some kind of reaction with the astronaut because
Could be.
there's nothing.
Maybe it's in the novel, which I haven't read.
No,
I
I haven't
have
read.
it.
I haven't
I
read the
apparently have
novel
an
either.
early
Yeah.
edition of it, according to my friend the other day. But
I may have to actually get that and read it now to see if there's a closer. I mean, because what Geezer was also saying is that there's a connection in Blatty's mind to the ninth configuration. Remember, we got into that whole thing, that movie, the later
yeah, he
film.
said that astronaut appears in that movie. I didn't
Right,
really make that
exactly,
connection.
exactly.
Yeah, I didn't make that connection.
That line could have multiple readings. I think it could. It is possible. It's one of those things that you just kind of, I don't know. Now that when I started thinking about it, it started kind of driving me nuts because
there's worse things. Isn't it nice to be worried about that when the world's on the brink of nuclear Armageddon?
Yeah,
The president's even talking about we may have Armageddon, and we're fucking worried about a line from a 1973 movie. If that was the only flaw in the movie, then
I got to get upstairs and get something to eat.
oh yeah, I'm gonna eat pretty soon.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Let's see.
Great idea, but
and I'm going to read some comic books.
What's that?
And I'm going to read some comic books.
Yeah, what are you going to read?
Well,
I'm
going to read
this
this.
Steam.
Yeah.
Screen.
And that's it. I'm going to read
that. Looks like a great Saturday evening's read, man.
Yeah, I want to get away from all this exorcist shit and everything.
Sorry for bringing it up there.
No, that's all right, but
that's what I was saying about, she meant going up there. I was just fucking around.
No, don't worry. That's not going to send you to hell. Just saying that. Read some hot stuff.
The devil tries to confuse you, man. You're going to die if you go to heaven, but you won't die if you go to hell. So do the stuff that makes you go to hell. Did you see this, Mike? When I showed this earlier, you were. I don't think you were here.
That's really cool. I've always been the biggest Elvira fan, and just
blow me up a little bit.
Yes, I will. Should have an explosion sound effect ready.
Oh, it's got the two heads.
Yeah. I've always loved Elvira.
Wow,
and
that looks.
The last few months,
she looks good.
She's disappointed me. She's shown herself to be a true libtard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a shame. That's a shame about her.
Elvira, what is that? Who put that out, Captain?
NECA.
Oh, okay.
That is really good. That is a really good figure, I have to say.
Okay, you can still pick. You can, if you go to Big Bad Toy Store, has got it for $40.
That's what he paid. Yeah.
You go on eBay. Some of these guys are asking like $85 for it.
That's ridiculous.
My wife was looking at something the other night, and it was relatively cheap. And then the postage, what they do is they try to make. Have you not noticed the postage? You said I'm trying to charge $95 for postage, and for something that was like $12, it's like that's where they try to zap you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Yes, they do that a lot. But yeah, they got it for $40 at Big Bad Toy Store.
Huh. I wish there was a storefront called Big Bad Toys, like a brick and mortar store. There's no toy stores anymore, I guess. Oh well. All right. So I guess
Upstairs I go.
All right, guys. Well, that was a great one.
Paulo?
Hmm?
What time is it in Portugal? About 2 p.m?
Oh no, it's quarter to midnight.
Oh shit. Okay, well it's
Yeah,
No, so I'm going to bed early today.
Hey, you guys, I'm going to be live tomorrow at noon EST if you guys want to come on.
Oh, is it gonna?
For the
some of your shows are like talking about movies.
The Horror Mike Sunday Nooner.
Oh, okay.
as
So
I
it's gonna
call
be
it.
one where people can come on.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and it's just open discussion.
Yeah, might check it out.
Yeah, I'm going to be watching a race, a 4-hour race, but it ends at 5, which is when you start.
Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah. Well, hop on over, man.
All right. Cool. All right, guys.
Bye, guys.
All right, guys.
Take care.
Take care.
Paulo. Bye.
And so, another 4-hour, 19-minute amazing broadcast. I'm going to go have some barbecue, ladies and gentlemen, and see how my wife's doing. So, take care, ladies and gentlemen, and end broadcast.